What a great song to start this morning, and thank you very much to Esteban and Esteban Herrera and Gisela Romero Quartet for creating this beautiful song. This is the official theme of Celebrating Life, and it was involved Esteban Herrero in the piano, composition and edition, Gisela Romero in the voice, Rob Hutchinson double bass, and Luis Tobar in the drums. And with that, I want to welcome today, this morning, to this Celebrating Life Dialogues. My name is Miguel Cortines. I'm president of Casa, Mexico, and we are very glad to having you in this beautiful space at cSpace Keynote that is home to Casa, Mexico, and to all of you, of course. I want to start by recognizing and acknowledge that we live, work, and play in the traditional territories of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kiani, Piikani, the Tsuut'ina, and Nakota Nations, the Métis Region Region 3, and all people who made their homes in the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta. Now we are going to have our official opening prayer by Chantal Chagnon, Cree 8. Chantal Chagnon is a Cree Métis singer, drummer, artist, storyteller, actor, educator, workshop facilitator, social justice advocate, and activist in roots in Moss Lake Creek Nation, Saskatchewan. She shares traditional Indigenous songs, stories, culture, history, arts, Indigenous craftsmanship, and teachings. Welcome, Chantal.
Tanse, Oki, bonjour, hello. My name is Chantal Chagnon, and I'm very honored and humbled to be here. My family is from Muskeg Lake Cree Nation, which is in Saskatchewan and Treaty 6 territory. And I've made my home here in Mohkinstis, Treaty 7 territory, for more than half my life, and I'm not going to tell you how long that is. But I wanted to begin today in a good way by offering a prayer. Traditionally, we would burn a smudge, but today we're doing something called a dry smudge, which means we don't actually light the medicines. We lay them out to honor the different teachings of each of the medicines, but we do not burn them. And for this, we have that stillness in prayer. So to honor everyone in a good way, I would like to share a prayer of my ancestors. I unfortunately didn't grow up with my language, but I'm still very humbled to be able to hold the teachings in my heart. Thank you, Creator, for blessings received. Thank you for the teachings of the 4 directions of the medicine wheel and all of our ancestors. Thank you for bringing us together this day so we may share in the good things that we have, to share in our stories, to share in our voices, and to share with each other to build community in a meaningful way. Help us to celebrate life and to honor those that we have lost, but honor the teachings that they have left behind. In our traditional knowledge, we know that when someone passes on, they pass that energy around to each and every one of us. They sit with us in our hearts, in our minds, in our spirits, and in our physical being and body as we stay connected to this earth. But they also guide our path moving forward. Creator, help those guide our path this day. Help us all come together with good thoughts, open hearts, open minds, and with love and compassion for each other, with open understanding, to help us to reach those compromises, those understandings, and build those bridges of community between each and every one of us. Creator, help soften our minds, soften our hearts for all of the hurt that we have experienced in the several years. But help us to realize that sometimes that beautiful pain leads to the most incredible strength within each and every one of us. Creator, please help that gentleness and compassion that we each need with each other and within ourselves. Help guide every step along our path so we may honor Mother Earth, we may honor our beautiful future generations, and we may remember the voices of our past generations to guide us in a good way. Creator, please help us be guided by the 7 teachings, the teachings of truth, of honesty, of love and wisdom, of respect and humility, and also of courage, because it does take a lot of courage to step up one foot in front of the other. Please help us in this process with the guidance and teachings of our elders, with the guidance and teachings of our knowledge keepers, with those future generations who have so much wisdom beyond their years, and truly lead us in the right path, because we are borrowing this earth from them, Creator. And help us to remember that every step of the day, every step of the way with the decisions that we make. Creator, please help guide us in a good way. Miigwech, hi, all my relations. And so to welcome everyone and their ancestors into the circle today, I wanted to share with you the Cree welcome song. Traditionally, when we sing songs, we sing in rounds of 4 to honor the 4 directions of the medicine wheel, which I have laid out. But this song is a little different. We sing it in rounds of 3 to keep the circle open and welcoming so everyone completes the circle today. Because in a circle, we're all connected. There's no beginning, there's no end. No one is greater or less than anyone else in the circle, just like in the hoop of life. So it teaches us to honor each other for those differences. Because if we were all exactly the same, the world would be incredibly boring and nothing would ever get done. So we need those differences to be able to come together in a good way. It teaches us to step into the circle without judgment, without comparing ourselves to others. Because it's when we can come together and see the beauty in each other, that's when our community thrives. It also teaches us to find those compromises, not divisions, because divisions are diversions. But when we come together, we can truly thrive as a community. Mia Sin, which is the Cree welcome song, is from the Natahau family from Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation. And I thank that family, and many families like the Natahau family, for keeping our songs, our stories, and our traditions alive. Mia Sin, it doesn't just mean welcome, because it does welcome in all of our ancestors, so it's going to get a little busy in here. But it also means beautiful. Miasin, miasen, hasemina, hasemina, epetakote, niwagomagan, hota, homa, kitaskino, miasin, miasen, hasemina, hasemina, epetakote, niwagomagan, hota, homa, kitaskino, miasin, miasen, hasemina, hasemina, epetakote, niwagomagan, hota, homa, kitaskino. Hi, and welcome to the circle today. Miigwech.
That was beautiful, miasem. Now I'd like to take a moment to recognize the amazing support that we are having for our community partners for this event and for this series of events that we are planning Celebrating Life. To Calgary Arts Development, that is our main sponsor of this activity, thank you very much. To the City of Calgary, Arts Commons, Mount Royal University, YMCA Calgary, Studio Bell National Music Center, Equinox Vigil, cSpace Keynote, First Nations Arts Alliance, to Espacio, and of course to the amazing team of Casa Mexico, volunteers and board of directors that are helping with this event. Thank you very much to everyone. Well, we have created this event, Celebrating Life, to reflect on the 2 years of the pandemics. We have been, since March 2020, we have been dealing with ups and downs. We want to honor those people that they are not here with us anymore, at least physically, but they are remaining in our hearts, of course. And we want to celebrate that we are here together, that we are alive, and that we have a great, great future ahead of us. Today, Conversations, Celebrating Life Dialogues, it was created to create some inspiration and some motivation to move forward and to learn from others in the journey during these years and the vision for the future. We are going to have a series of presentations, conversations, artistic presentations, and also I want to invite you to take a look in the exhibition that is in the main floor, the visual exhibition. We have an amazing artist that are presenting this work. We are planning to have an online auction during the days of this Celebrating Life. So hopefully our goal is to sell all the pieces of art that are here, and we can support the artistic community that create these pieces of art. So we are going to let you know more details about that. And I hope that today as well, you can find this space to create connections, to have meaningful conversation, to ask questions to the speakers probably, and to have an interactive session as well. We are doing in live stream this event as well. If you have questions, if you are watching live stream, you can send your questions through Facebook, and we're going to try to pass this to the speakers here. And with that, I want to introduce our first keynote speaker for this morning, Patti, President and CEO of Calgary Arts Development. Patti is a veteran community and arts champion with an extensive track record of leadership and service in Calgary. Patti has deep and diverse experience in the arts sector. She came to the position of President and CEO from her the last position as Resource Development Manager in Calgary Arts Development. Patti has been awarded the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal, as well as the 2013 Harry and Martha Cohen Award, recognizing significant contribution to Calgary's theater community. And most recently, she was honored to be gifted the Blackfoot name of Miss Tomotsamiaki, to standing headdress woman. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Miguel. Okay, so I just have my notebook here in case people have any questions, and I have a very short memory, and I'm also starting a timer because I am prone to talk too much. So thank you all very much for joining us today, both here in real life and for those of you who may be sitting in on the live stream. It's just a great pleasure and an honor in particular to be able to be a part of celebrating life, notwithstanding that Calgary Arts Development was very pleased and honored to be able to support these events through our grant investment programs. So today I'm just going to take some time to talk a bit about why celebrating life, and hope, she says, because in my mind it all made sense, where it will lead in to talk a bit about why we need artists now more, in this time, more than ever, and why that really sparked the idea to have a conversation with the good folks at Casa Mexico, and Equinox Vigil, Sharon Stevens, who have really given us many gifts over many years. So I'm going to talk a bit about that, and then we'll leave some time at the end if anybody has questions. I also want to leave some space so that we can do lots of promotion, because there are a number of events taking place as part of Celebrating Life over the next month, and I hope that all of you will take part in those events. As Miguel said, part of this is not only about talking heads like me, it's also about interactive. All of us have experienced loss in this time. And in these last 2.5 years in particular, it has been a time where many of us have had to experience that loss and grieve and mourn that loss in isolation. And so I know for me that when I experience that loss, it's lonely enough as it is when you have that loss. And so when you layer on top of that a pandemic and Black Lives Matter and the discovery of the remains of children in residential schools and conflict in Ukraine, it's unbearable. It's overwhelming. And for many of us, it's hard enough in the normal times. So how is it that we might process all of this in these not normal times? Or maybe what is becoming the next set of normal time. And so in light of that, in this time, I asked if I could speak with Miguel and Sharon Stevens about this, and that for our communities in particular here in Mohkinstsis, how might we use the power and the gifts of artists to help all of us process this, manifest this? How might we find ways to move forward? You know, as Miguel said in my introduction, and thank you very much, by the way, and many thanks, Chantal, for starting us off in such a good way. In Indigenous cultures, what I have learned is decisions you make today should take into account what's going to happen, how it is going to impact 7 generations ahead. And so you might not feel the impact, but you know somebody will ahead. And in my own culture, in the Chinese culture, we think about all that we have learned from the generations that have come before us, and how does that affect our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. And so it's been an extraordinary learning journey in my own reconciliation journey, and also in this time where all of us as communities are trying to recognize and understand what it is that is about difference, for sure, but more importantly, how all of us belong in that circle. My latest kind of thing, I get kind of hung up on ideas and things that are inspired by, more often than not, what I hear from artists and what I experience from through their hearts and their lenses and their ideas. And this last one has been a lot around this whole idea of inclusion, of diversity, of equity, of accessibility, however you might describe it. And I think that in many of my conversations with individuals who perhaps have benefited more from the system, who have had opportunity from their privilege, their place in this world, a kind of fear, a kind of anxiety, right? I don't want to do it wrong. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I don't want to lose what I've worked hard for. And what I'm discovering now is inclusion is not about the pie being the same size. It's not, as a matter of fact. The whole thing about inclusion is the pie is infinitely big. It's as big as it needs to be in order for everyone to share in that pie, in order for everyone to be a part of that circle and to feel it and to know that they are a part of it and to belong in that circle. That is the hard work. And so when we think about celebrating life, it was really in that context of abundance, of opportunity, and that for those who may find themselves or feel like, there is no abundance in my life, there is no opportunities that have been made possible for me, then for people like myself, my job is to ensure that we make space. We make space in the circle to include those individuals, to share in the abundance that I know I have because of, and again, because of the gifts I have received by and large from artists. And it's a bit of a paradox when you think about that, because in kind of assumptions, the poor starving artist, the artist who lives up alone in the garret, who's doing their work and suffering, the artist who has to have 17 other jobs, which isn't necessarily untrue, by the way. But I think the distinction for artists is they are compelled. It's not a case of, they went to their career guidance counselor in school and said, what should I do as a career? How should I make my living? They are compelled to undertake a practice. They have to do it. And so because they have to do it, it doesn't matter if you categorize their work in whatever you might see on a stage, whatever might appear on a wall in an exhibition. That artist, that sensibility, those perspectives that appear in artists are with them always. So it could be in the creation of a piece, it could be as they sit on a committee at the parent-teacher council, it could be when they go and participate in a protest, it could be when they're shopping in the grocery store. They are an artist always. And so celebrating life is about reminding us that how might we work with, how might we learn from, how might we benefit from the experiences and the opportunities that the perspectives from an artist's heart, from their mind, from their soul, from their hands, whatever that is, whatever those gifts are, how might they help us in this time where everything is overwhelming, everything is changing. You know, I say to my team often, the only thing certain going forward is uncertainty. And how do we live with that? How do we make space for that? How do we adapt? I have my partner does not like change at all. Like to the same breakfast every day for the last 30 years. With me, the person who thrives on change. I get bored after 20 minutes if I'm doing the same thing. It's why I think I'm a multitasker, because I can't just focus on one thing for any extended period of time. I need that inspiration, and I think it's why I work with artists. So that spectrum, right? How do we work in this time to make the circle bigger, to ensure that all of us have the opportunity, that either the skills within us or have access to those skills and assets among us to process what is happening in this world right now, whether we think about it on a global context or we think about it right here in me. How do I benefit from this circle? And that's really my belief in celebrating life and in the events that will take place not only today, but through the rest of the month. And like already, I had the great privilege of being a part of the launch online, and then coming here today. And in the hallway, there's a beautiful exhibition of people's experiences, what has inspired them around this topic, what is coming from their experiences in this time, and also an invitation to participate and celebrate. There's a piece inviting folks to write down tributes to those we have lost, and I know that I will certainly be filling in a couple of pieces and putting it there that will turn into a digital shrine and a showcase. And so it's, I think this recognition that all of us process, we all mourn, we all grieve in different ways, and you can see that on the walls of King Edward School here in Calgary right now to the end of the month, and then online through Celebrating Life and the online activity. I'm really grateful that the team who has put all of this together has taken into account that we can experience, we can share in these experiences in a variety of ways. In the last 2 years or so has taught us, has demonstrated to us that it can happen in both a real world, in real life, which I'm thrilled about, by the way, and online, in a virtual world. And so trying to play with that, to offer what kinds of experiences we can all share in, I think is just really wonderful. And again, I'm so thrilled. I was saying to somebody who's here in the room today that the wonderful experience I had, and I have it over and over and over again, is having conversations with artists where I come in and go, okay, so I have this idea, and we have a conversation. And I don't have any assumptions, I don't have any expectations, I don't have any kind of perspectives to impose, but what I have is faith. I have trust in the imagination and the creativity and the hearts of those I'm having a conversation with to help realize what those things are that might contribute to the outcome that we want to have. And so That's exactly what I did with Miguel and Sharon and members of my team, Sable and Sayo, to say, okay, so what could this be? What could it look like? And after a really great conversation and a long time, I knew that they went off, and here we are ahead several months and manifesting these kinds of things. And honestly, I couldn't have imagined any of what is taking place over the next few weeks. It's just incredible. And once again, proved to me the role of artists in our society, in our communities, the importance of creativity, the creative spirit being supported and included, especially when we talk about building community. And so I'm just really grateful to all of you who have been engaged or involved in celebrating life in any way, because it's you who have made this possible. And today you will hear from many other voices in the creative communities who will also talk about how they have been compelled to do what they do. And I think it's just extraordinary. And I would really encourage you, if there are any of you in the room, in real life, virtually, who are saying right now, oh, I'm not an artist. I wish I could be that. I wish I could be as creative, or I wish I could draw or sing or those things. You are a creative spirit. And part of the challenge is that the system, the world in which we live in this place, in this time, kind of suppresses that. It says, yeah, be creative, but make a living first. Get a job first. Go find a place to live first. Go get, and I get it, right? Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which, by the way, was rooted in Blackfoot tradition and ways of knowing and being, and we need to start promoting that more and more often. I get that. I get the hierarchy of need. The thing that I think Maslow forgot or doesn't speak to as much is that hierarchy of need, again, comes in a circle. It's not a pyramid. It is happening in the context of all of us need to be aware of what that hierarchy is, and all of us need to ensure that we're feeding each other through that hierarchy together. And that it isn't about you first, and then you take care of everybody else. This is a journey together. And this is what I learned from artists. This is what I learned from the generosity, from the stick-to-itiveness. That opening night, I'm going to a show at Theatre Calgary on Friday. It's not like the opening night can move if they don't feel ready, if they don't think it's good enough yet. It's happening on Friday night. So get it together and do it. So this whole thing about artists like Airy Fairy, Mamby-Pamby, don't really know anything about that, is just complete and utter nonsense. Artists are probably some of the most disciplined people I've ever met in my whole life. They're sure as heck more disciplined than me. And it's kind of turning that perspective on its head that I am inviting all of us to think about, particularly artists. Don't let people get away with putting you in that box of the starving artist in the garret, airy fairy, mamby-pamby, doesn't know business. Like, I don't know how you survive. In Calgary, during, so this was about 2017 or 16, I think, the average median income, so middle income for an artist in Calgary, $35,000. And at that time, Calgarians, about $45,000. But it's not like artists get a discount on gas or a loaf of bread or rent. So jump ahead through the pandemic, we did some research in 2020 and 2021. Median income for an artist, $32,000. Median income for a Calgarian, $65,000. So again, no discounts, no rebates. You don't get to show your card at the co-op and get that half off price. So yet artists live among us. Creatives live among us. And in the pandemic, we know the impact of the pandemic on all of us has been devastating. On artists, especially devastating. They lost work within a day. There's no employment standards code for cutting a contract for an artist. So there was no 2 weeks notice, month, severance, any of that stuff. It only came if the people holding the contract said, we understand that this is a tough time and we're gonna pay out your contract or part of the contract or give you notice. So in spite of it all, one example in Calgary, artists, arts organizations knew right away we needed to still feel connected as a community, and if we couldn't do it in person, we were gonna go online. And we were gonna try and figure that out. And if you're anything like me, I can barely get to Facebook. Never mind any of the other kinds of innovations that are happening. I mean, TikTok, it's like whatever. And so so we counted. And so between 2019 and 2020 and 2021, there was a 1,049% increase in online offerings from arts organizations. So that is hundreds and hundreds of events. About 700, I think, was what we counted. So hardest hit during the pandemic, well below in the median income relative to other Calgarians or to Calgarians overall, and yet still managed to come forward and find the way to connect us as communities, to use our time together. Look at that. I do know this technology about timers. And so that tenacity, that spirit of get her done, that being compelled to share our stories, to be with each other and interact with each other, that's what an artist is. That's what they do for us. That's what I hope Celebrating Life will invite all of us to take part in. So, so that's the end of my time. We've got about 10 minutes left, or I left about 10 minutes for any comments or questions. So I'll just wrap up my piece by just saying thank you, all of you. I don't know who's out there in the virtual world, but in particular for those of you who are artists, and I see many of you in the room, thank you, thank you, thank you. I just don't know what this world would be like without you, even in this kind of assumption that we make. And I hope that this time at Celebrating Life is gonna surface that, is gonna amplify that, and really give artists another opportunity. YMCA, who's one of the partners, YMCA Arts, on May 6th, they're starting to resume their programs again. And one of their messages around the arts programs is arts makes the possible possible. And I love that, because that is exactly what artists do. And so on that note, many thanks for taking the time to listen to me, and I'm happy to answer questions, hang out, talk some more for a few minutes. Miguel, you tell me what I need to do here. Thanks. Oh, I got two over here. So. I'm gonna be here for lunch. Yes. A little bit about me. I born and raised here in Mohkinstis. I call myself a 1.5 generation Chinese Canadian. My dad was from China. My parents have both passed. And my mom was the only one of 9 kids born in Castor, Alberta, the only Chinese family in Alberta. And my grandpa and his brother, Bakong, ran the Bluebird Cafe in Castor. And my aunts and uncles grew up in Castor. If any of you know the work of W.O. Mitchell, anytime he references kids Those are the real names of my aunts and uncles. He was the principal in the school at the time. And so when my grandmother passed away very sadly just after the birth of her last 9th baby. And so there's my grandpa and my great uncle raising 9 kids in small town Alberta. And so W.O. and his family took in some of the younger kids, and they actually lived with them for some time. So you hear about my Auntie Kay, my Uncle Lauren, and my Uncle Eddie in those stories. I, born and raised in Calgary, I actually am the first kid of those 9 siblings and my dad and his brother to go to university. And lo and behold, what did I do? A BFA in drama. Yeah. And thankfully, my mom and my dad that I'm going to university. I'm going to have letters behind my name. Make it work. Were really wonderful about that, and that had then led me down a place where I worked in theater arts on the technology side. I started as a stage manager. I knew after my Acting 100 class, I was not going to be someone for the stage. And so I worked backstage, and then that eventually took me up into the admin offices, and I worked as a GM, an executive director, worked on the administration side for quite some time. You think I'd learn how to use a mic when I work in tech? And then made my way onto the funding side. And lo and behold, 30 some odd years later, here I am at Calgary Arts Development. And again, the thing that's really stuck with me in all of this is being surrounded by artists, being immersed in that context of how life can be, even when challenges are put in front of you, has always compelled me to want to be a champion for the arts. I've had life-changing, transformative experiences when I've been either in the audience or producing, and over lunch we can talk about those. And then in this last 3 or 4 years in particular with my time at Calgary Arts Development, and I've been there since 2011, being able to undertake my reconciliation journey with artists has been extraordinary. And to be guided by elders and Indigenous artists and craftspeople in how rooted culture and tradition and protocol is. It's not about 150 years of Canada. It's millennia, and it's in the DNA. And then to have it culminate this past summer and be gifted a name, Mista Moksamyaki, 2 standing headdress women, Mista Moksamyaki, was just, I was completely surprised. I was at Writing on Stone, which has a huge significance for the First Peoples of this place, and it was extraordinary. So I just am full of gratitude and the gifts that I have received in my own learning journey, which has come with its fair share of bumps. But there you go. Hi.
You are clearly a visionary, but what you just mentioned today just paints that picture very clearly. So I'm just wondering, where do you see arts in Calgary specifically, let's say in 5 years?
Well, I guess to say about what I think in 5 years means I need to just come clean about what I think it is today, which is, I think, one of the best kept secrets about Calgary, and it has been my whole life. At Calgary Arts Development, I get people who, we see a horizon and we see the events that have happened. Even in the pandemic, 2021, 2 million Calgarians took part in arts experiences. And it's not me making the number up. We get numbers, we get reports, they count things. Counting is a good thing. And so we know that Calgarians experience and take part and engage with the arts in a variety of ways every day. And when I talk about 2019, 23,000 events took place just from the organizations that we made a grant to. Never mind what happens at the Jube or the Saddle Dome or a private dance school or music lessons. That's not included. 23,000 events. So whenever someone says to me, oh, there's nothing to do in Calgary, there's nowhere to go, it's just like I want to just give them a punch in the pants, because it's not true. And so one of the things that I hope CADA and other organizations who are about elevating, amplifying can do is push out. The arts are alive and well. You know, we just had Indigenous artists recognized at the Emmys. We've had Grammy Award winners, Juno Award winners, Oscar winners from Calgary. And nobody knows that. If any of you went to the Beyond Van Gogh exhibition, Stampede Park, Calgary created. One of the producers behind that, who's taking the show to Dubai and to Las Vegas and to, I think, Philadelphia and other places in the world, Calgary based. So we have these hidden treasures. I had one of my colleagues on the team worked in the arts in different companies for 30 years. Hire her on my team here at Calgary Arts Development, exposed her to all that we offer, and was gobsmacked. She had no idea of the breadth and depth of the art scene here in Calgary. So we got work to do 5 years from now. I want my North Star, the thing I aim for, is to attach arts and culture to a renewed identity for the city. That when someone comes to Calgary, arts and culture is first and foremost. So for example, we have artists who are going on economic trade missions. When the World Petroleum Congress is here in 2023, I want the city covered in arts. I want artists out there on the stages. The Rotary International Conference in 2025, 25,000 people from all over the world will be here. I want an Indigenous art market in 2025, like the one in Santa Fe, so that you have pieces from $2 to $25,000 available for sale from artists in our community and among us. That's what I look for in 25, so that when people in Calgary are saying, we're an art city, we're a cultural city, they actually know it and believe it, because they do it all the time, says our numbers, 2 million at a time in a pandemic. Outside the pandemic, it was 3.5 million. There you go. Are we done? We're done. Oh, Kevin, can we take one more? One more, Kev.
I guess to follow that up is, we have the artists, and we have 2 point some million.
Yeah.
What was the number exactly?
2 million during the pandemic in 2020, 3.5 million in 2019. 1.5, give or take. Yeah.
I mean, I guess I just wonder how we get, because we definitely have the artists.
Yep.
And but how, I sometimes struggle with this sort of engagement. Like, how do you get the audience to buy in to the value of arts? You know, we're not in Europe where we walk out and the cobblestones are literally art. You know what I mean? Like, we're not in that kind of culture. We don't have a thriving festival culture, such as Edmonton, for example. So, but we definitely have lots of artists. We have so many artists, and I know my colleagues are doing the work. Sometimes what I see is that the citizens don't see the value,
Mm-hmm.
and that translation is where the hard part is, right?
Absolutely.
This 5-year thing. How do you like? What do we? I mean, I know as artists that we're the best people to be the communication.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's also there's a tricky part of going. They don't see the value either.
I think they engage somehow. So it's about taking what they already do and positioning it, changing a mindset, systems change guy. And sometimes breaking the back of assumptions. So I'll use one that you just mentioned. Edmonton is the festival city. Tourism Calgary, so it's not even me. It's not even me with manipulating numbers or making it up. Calgary has more festivals than Edmonton does. But Edmonton's the festival city, not Calgary. What is with that? And so Calgary Folk Fest, one of the largest folk festivals in the country, it's the second largest festival, only behind the Calgary Stampede in Calgary. So we have a lot, and we don't tell a lot about that. And part of it is artists, and being Canadian, we're so self-deprecating. We're so busy to get on to the next project, we don't have time to pat ourselves. So I've said to Cada, my Cada teammates, and some of whom are here, we're gonna start being the braggy parents, the parents who talk about our kids who are so awesome, and they won the race the other day at recess, and they also were extraordinary and won international prizes. Faye Heavyshield is a Treaty 7 artist. She won a $75,000 prize. It's one of the largest visual arts prizes in the country. Who here knew that? And she comes from it, 1, 2, right? And she's a big deal. Calgarians should know that and be proud of that. And I think voices like ours, events like Celebrating Life that are about connecting us to community are the way to do that. This is a long game, and this is going to be a long thing. I'm sorry, Miguel, this will be my last comment. The other thing is we need the benefit of time. For those of you who know Michael Green, knew Michael Green, Making Treaty 7, one of the founders, he and I always remember this conversation I had with him. And it was just at the time he was coming on as the artistic director for Calgary 2012, and our year being celebrated as a cultural capital of Canada, 2012, thank you very much. And here we are in 2022, 10 years later, and what has changed? And he said, you know, Patti, I don't understand why we have to be like Toronto, or Vancouver, or London, or New York. And he said, it's all fine, we can aspire to that. But the thing we forget is Calgary is like that bratty teenager who is, you're not the boss of me, and I'm gonna do whatever I want, and leave me alone. And he said it was that spirit that helped him create One Yellow Rabbit. And he knew he could never have gone to Toronto or Vancouver or London or New York to do that, because relatively, they are the mature adults. London is over 1,000 years old as London. Vancouver is almost 400 years old. Toronto and Montreal, 600 years old. So why are we comparing ourselves to the grown, mature adults who know the value of arts and culture, who always think about it in a certain way, yada, 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 and not as the bratty teenager, and maybe the young university student who's not quite sure where their path is, who doesn't quite know. That's why I think Calgary's a creation city. We have so many artists who create new and original work. And he said, why don't we just be comfortable in our skin and do what we do and know that in time, when we're 350 years old, we'll get there. So that's in the colonial context. Jump ahead, writing on stone I told you about. I wish I had the ability to take every artist, well, actually, I would include Indigenous artists, every artist to Writing on Stone for 2 days to spend time with Sakokoto. Kevin, go see Kevin if you want to know about that experience, or Chantal, to see the writings and the drawings on the sides of the walls, which go back thousands and thousands of years. These drawings were created in the time of Van Gogh and Da Vinci and Confucius and all those at the same time. And so we do come from a place that has a deep history in the arts. And that's the thing I want to do with artists, is I want to connect them to that history, to say, you know what? You come from a place that has history, that has tradition, that has protocol. You just haven't opened yourself up to it. And if you could, imagine making the possible possible, and then what that in turn does for those of us who maybe don't see ourselves as creatives or artists or whatever. So that's where I think we can go. Thank you all again very much, and enjoy the rest of your time. Oh. Okay, 1 minute. It can bring us together. It creates shared stories. It gives us an opportunity to express what's here. And sometimes when we can't say it, but an artist helps us says it on our behalf, and we go, yes, that's it. And then, you know, that feeling of your heart fills up and the tears start to come, and that those arms, putting those arms around each other, that's what the arts will do and what artists will do. For those of us who maybe don't have it in us, didn't have the opportunity to be raised in that very expressive perspective. Here are people who can be that platform for you to do that and help you share and know that you're not alone. That's the value. Thanks for the question.
Well, let's go. Let's give another round of applause to Patti, please. And with that, we are going to take a little break, probably 7 minutes, if you don't mind. There is coffee and there is some pastries, and let's come back in 7 minutes to go to the power of the Indigenous artists. Okay. check, check. Okay, we're going to start in 30 seconds probably. Brandon, can you let me know when we are live, please? Well, thank you. We are going to come back here, and we are just going to provide 1 minute more just to the artists are be ready. But what a great conversation we had with Patti Pon. I think she's amazing. First, we are very glad that we put together this first class event, very high level, and all day we are having great conversations. We are going to continue with the program, and right now we are going to have the first panel of this morning. Is the power of the First Nations artists. With our good friends, Dennis Grady, that he's going to be our moderator of the session. And also we have today Kitoki.
He's not here. We have Kirby.
Okay. Kirby Smith with the Blackfoot Confederacy. And we are going to have a band playing Hannah, Old Child, and Lennon, Old Child, and Erin is as well here?
Erin's on her way.
Okay. So let me tell you about Dennis. Dennis Grady. You might think that after receiving an armful of prestigious music awards, meeting with Mother Teresa, touring worldwide, and working with Billy Graham, Dennis Grady would have nowhere to go but down. On some level, he'd probably agree. A consummate country gospel songwriter and performer, Dennis enjoys the critical acclaim, but also deeply values his work with those who are downcast, including the poor, the homeless, the mentally challenged, and the broken. Grady has seen his own share of trouble, and perhaps that's why thousands have connected strongly with his music. He tells his story, God's history. Welcome, all of you.
Muchas gracias, Miguel. It's really special to be here. We're quite excited about the synergy of gathering and how that feeds the fire of our vocation as people and artists. So we I have to be careful. My family's Irish. We didn't kiss the Blarney Stone, we swallowed it. So we're going to honor the clock. There's a lot of great speakers coming. I wanted to thank Chantal. We've had some dealings over the past, and I think sometimes this openness to call upon the God of our understanding, Creator, it's always an element of spirituality that is really defined in fellowship and community with great openness and respect. And so that has kind of been our pathway, but you said something in your opening remarks about pain. I'd read an article called Pain, the Gift Nobody Wants. And I think sometimes in the human psyche, it sort of freezes people up. But what I found is that people are the best medicine to help us move and to utilize. We're going to get our money's worth out of this anguish. And I think it's in community when that's expressed. We all know those stories of people who have suffered horrific things, and yet there's something inside. I think Patti used the word hope a couple of times. So that needs to be manifested in community. And I think it's undeniable in a sense that the energy that it gives us and the strength it gives us, and I think also the affirmation, the sense of purpose, artists are somebody. You always notice with governments when there's cutbacks, who gets slashed first? Well, we'll take it off the artists because they'll just write some protest songs, but you look at We Are the World. Who comes to the forefront? When there's from Bangladesh on and even further back, it's the artists. Band-Aid who come and give. So I think that, you know, this sense of community is very much alive, and I think this awareness of knowing that it is alive, it's like the Chinese word for crisis, it's opportunity. And I think it's in this self-reflection of listening to each other. I'm going to give some background. I'm the founder of an organization, Franciscan and Friends Music Mission, and you know, I got it. We started in 2005. We had a connection with some artists in Trinidad and Barbados, and our team was a lot of recovering drug addicts and alcoholics who had found that path, who had a great story of recovery and freedom. So we went down because, you know, they invited us down, you know, and we were playing in the prisons and the drug rehabs and, you know, and the schools and the churches, and then we'd take them to the beach. And so we did this every year. And then I was looking at a map of the Caribbean and Central America, and I thought, well, we can go here and here and here. And somehow it's that faith, and again, artists know this, is that you produce whether there's a demand or not. There's just something inside, you know, that's calling us and pushing us on. And we get the affirmation, and you know this when someone comes up and say, you know, your art touched me. That's better than a check, although the check is nice. So we kept doing this. 2015, we visited by Providence the First Nations communities of Southern Alberta. And then we just started going. We had a program called Harps for Angels, harmonicas that we would take to these poor communities in the Caribbean, Central America. And we just started going to the nations, and we started meeting people. And I must confess, like 30 years ago, I remember driving back from Montana, you know, and going through the Blood Reserve, and I'm thinking, I hope I don't break down. Too many John Wayne movies and stuff. Now, these days, because of people like my brother Kirby, you know, going to the Piikani Nation, coming over that hill, my heart is pounding because I'm going to see kindred, you know. So we started venturing in, and I think the posture was that sometimes we want to fix the situation. We got an idea. But it's like going to the doctor. He can't prescribe anything until we tell him what the problem is. And so, you know, we knew right in the very beginning, we need to listen and to get educated. Crowfoot's not a shopping mall or a road. He's a really significant historical person. And it's good to hear it from the Indigenous perspective. So Kirby Smith, I'm going to turn it over to him. And then I also want to introduce one of my favorite bands, Double Rider from Siksika. We have Lennon and Hannah Alchild. Aaron, the bass player, is on her way. And they have a remarkable story. They are an incredible talent. And it just helps us in our philosophy change the stereotype. You present this great talent, and it just undeniably, you know, carries a message. So I'm going to turn it over to Kirby, and he's got one of the most profound stories about art creating community that I've ever heard.
Thank you, Dennis. Uki Niksokoa. Good day, my friends. Itamix Kinotini, that means good morning. Nistoanako Espkomi, my traditional name is Calls in the Air. I hope everybody's having a good day today. I just want to also acknowledge my brother Dennis. We've been involved with each other for a few years now, and it's been really eye-opening at some level, challenging, of course, but also, you know, just trying to make some inroads into the communities, I guess. I also wanted to take a minute to acknowledge my beautiful wife, Penny, sitting back there, and I'm really grateful, you know, for the opportunity to just to share, you know, my experience. I was when I first met Dennis, you know, I entered this contest that he was hosting out in Strathmore, and it was this kind of a makeshift portable stage he had, and it just, you know, kind of reminded me of when I started, you know, having more involvement with the community and well, I guess the artist community, but. When you think about, and this morning, and I just want to acknowledge also to the lady that spoke this morning too, those are really, really wise words and really, I think, resonate a lot with people in our communities as well. I mean, I know the city of Calgary, you know, has been here, you know, for hundreds of years. We've been here for thousands of years, and so we have there's a certain element, I think, within our communities that that goes unrecognized in some way. We have our traditions, we have our ceremonies, and my wife and I are actually a part of a very sacred society in our culture, and it's held in high regard, and we're very active in our community in that way with the ceremonies and prayers and so on. But in addition to that, too, there's a lot of diversity that I find exists in our community, and one of the things that I have to admit, and I think we all have to admit it at some level, is that our experience as Indian people in this part of the world anyway, has been sort of plagued, if you want, or has been characterized by an experience that hasn't been the most fruitful in terms of growing and learning and so on. And of course, I'm referring to our residential schools. So my parents were both residential school students throughout their childhood and their sort of their teenage lives. They both were in residential schools. My mom is originally from the Siksika Nation, so she was in the residential school there, and my dad, of course, is from the Piikani Nation, so he was in a residential school there. And one of the things that I've noticed a lot is that our people have a real artistic spirit, and I know that we've been working, kind of working it in different ways. My dad was actually quite the artist. My late dad, he was a painter. He was a real, he really liked listening to old Hank Williams, eh? And so all our childhood, throughout our childhood, that's all we ever heard was my dad singing, Hank Williams songs. Eh? So it was kind of like embedded into our minds. And unfortunately, and that's the circumstances they are what they are. But there was a lot of alcohol in our home as well when we were younger, and so folks would come over and we'd be sitting around, and my dad would be playing guitar, being the the hit of the party, and playing his guitar and everything. It was really just a different kind of experience, I guess, if you want to call it that. But that is our reality, and I think that my dad and his generation of people, I think they did the best they could with what they had. And my mom and dad, raised, I have 10 siblings, brothers and sisters, and so they did their best, to try to raise us in a way I think that was fruitful, and productive. And probably when I was about maybe in my late teens, I had an opportunity to go to South America, and I actually lived in Colombia for a little while. So while I was there, of course, they have such a strong. We lived way up in the Andes Mountains near a city called Medellin. And up in the Andes Mountains, these guys were coming. They had these really old guitars, and they were brilliant. They were just, and just the atmosphere that they promoted, I guess, is everybody would get together and they'd sing and they'd dance. It was such a celebratory time for this little community called Los Micos. Anyway. And it was around the same time when I learned to play guitar as well. I started to play guitar. I came back, to the communities, and my brother and I, my older brother Rick and I, he was also an avid guitar player, and so we kind of we didn't really like go out and we weren't part of a band or anything like that when we were younger. But what we did recognize, though, and I think this is the thing that was really the driver for us, is that we saw that there was a lot of people in our communities who were phenomenal artists. And these were guys that just never had an opportunity to, to showcase their talent, hey? And so one day, my brother and I, we had this idea. And where I lived at that time on the Beginning Nation, we were kind of like out in the what we call the reserve is divided by the Old Man River. So there's a south side and the north side, and we lived on the north side. And it was kind of a remote area, and we grew up. We were when we were younger. My brothers and I we did a lot of work as ranchers. I guess we used to run cows, and we broke horses for quite a few years. So we had this, we built a lot of corrals and things like that. And so one day, my brother and I, we had this brilliant idea, and it was just for us to showcase what we can do. Hey, and it was just kind of like off the top of our head. We had no real idea what it was going to turn into eventually. But so we decided we were gonna build a stage, hey, right in our pasture, literally like right in our middle of nowhere. Hey, we're gonna build this stage, and we did. We went up to we lived near the mountains near the Pinch Creek, Alberta, and we went up to the mountains. We cut these big poles, and we came down. We planted them. We had other people donate material for us, and we ended up building a real rustic stage, eh? Like a real, almost like ripping the side off a barn and just having the rest of the barn be the stage, eh? And it was about maybe 16 by 24 feet, and a nice kind of little bit of an overhang, but very rustic, eh? Very rustic. And in fact, when we started. When I told my brother, okay, we're gonna invite some people to come in and watch us, play our guitars and that. So we did. We invited, and of course, Facebook is such a strong tool for us these days. So we posted, oh yeah, we're gonna have this festival, and come and join us and all this, and on our stage, we had a little bit of a, like, we're not sound engineers by any imagination, but we had a couple of speakers and had a tiny little 4-channel switchboard, and it was very I don't want to use the word primitive, but it was really just really basic. In fact, we were a little bit concerned about lighting in the evening because it was going to get dark. Eh? So I had some friends at the local pub in Pinch Creek, and they had these pot lights. They had 2 pot lights. I said, "Hey, can I borrow your pot lights for the weekend?" They're like, "Yeah, sure, yeah, you can take them." So I had like 1 pot light on one side and one on the other side. One was blue and one was red, and that was it. That was the extent of our lighting for our stage. It was very rustic and really. But the surprising thing, which and even to this day, I can't get over, is that people came. People came, and the first year we had the festival there, I think, for about 3 years, and then those first few years, like, it was just we had a fire pit there, and people had a bonfire, and people are just kind of like a real micro. Folk festival, if you will, but people came, and not only did people come, but people wanted to play. They just wanted to play their guitars. They wanted to play, and showcase their. And we invited like as many people as we can, and it was and again just guys that just played in their kitchens and played in their living rooms and never really had a chance to play like on a stage, even a stage like this, with speakers and microphones and all that. In fact, this one guy, I remember, just a quick story. He always read from his the sheet music, eh? And it was really funny because it was kind of out in the open. So we had a music stand with a little clip on the side and everything. And him and his brother were really playing, and this gust of wind came onto the stage and blew his papers off the sheet music thing, and he ended up because he wasn't so So like he didn't know the words off, at the top of his head. He just stopped singing and then picked up his papers to put them back there and then started playing again, and it was just like that too. And elders came and the guys just wanted to, they just wanted the chance to perform on a stage like that. Hey, a couple of years later, we decided that we were going to move the festival. At that time, it was called we called it Festival ATR. And ATR just basically meant across the river, so that's where we had the festival. We moved it into the town of Brockett, and at that time I remember it was kind of comical. And I didn't realize this until we moved, but my relatives, and I have a large family in the Piikani Nation, and they were when I have the event every year. And we had it for like 3 years, and they would just on the side, I guess, as a background, they would in the background they were calling it Curb Fest. People called it that. And then when we moved it to Brockett in I think 2017, I was telling, well, we have to rename this festival, and they were saying, well, it already has a name. It's Curb Fest. And I was like, no, I don't want to call it Curb Fest. I don't know. It was, seemed too arrogant. And they said, no, because everybody else calls it that. Everybody else calls it Curb Fest. I was like, okay, we'll call it Curb Fest. So we've had a Curb Fest music festival in Brockett for the last, I think 17, 18, and 19, 3 years in a row. And then, of course, when the pandemic hit in 2020, we stopped. And this year, we're gonna kick it off again in the fall. We had it and we moved it from August to November. The first year we had it at the community hall in Brockett, we had over 40 performers across our stage. And when we put, and again, this is just word of mouth, because I'm not an IT guy. I can't, develop websites and do all this kind of stuff. It was just word of mouth that people came. And we had bands coming in from BC and from Calgary and all these guys, Morley, Sixiga, like people came from all over and they just wanted the chance to perform. And we basically operated, and we've been operating like that on a zero budget, and it's just all volunteer. Even the guys that do the music, they come and know, they just want to, be part of something, be part of something positive. And that's what it was, and it just turns out, to be that. And so now, like I said, we're going into our planning for this year. We have some dates set for early November in Lethbridge. We're going to move it to Lethbridge just because I live in Lethbridge now. We're going to move it to Lethbridge, and we're going to just try and put a different kind of an urban spin on it, I guess, if you will. And people in the meantime, they've been asking me about when I'm going to host the next festival, because people are so anxious to come in and so anxious to get on the stage and perform and do their thing and have their 15 minutes of fame just for that short time. And people they just come and they really do a good job in of course volunteering and just all those kind of things. So those are real critical elements to any kind of an event. You got to have your volunteers. You got to have your, and for this, for us, for my wife and I, organizing these events, it gets a little hectic sometimes because, of course, we have so many people that want to come on the stage, and we're trying to manage, and we're trying to, keep people, within a certain, time frame and all that too. But it's always about the artist. It's always about the person. In fact, I'll tell you a quick story about my wife. She wasn't expecting this, but she's a brilliant singer as well. She has an amazing voice. And so, and I kept kind of bugging her about, hey, you should sing too. You have an incredible voice. She's like, no, I don't want to sing. So I literally forced her onto the stage one day, and we were kind of rehearsing a little bit, and then the guys shut off the lights, and all the stage lights came. It was just her and I on the stage like that, dude, and she was amazing. And so, and even at that too, and since that time, she's really been developing her profile, I guess, if you will. And now people are asking her, hey, come and sing at our event. Come and sing, come and celebrate with us, kind of thing. So, but it's really been uplifting, I guess, in some way. And working with folks like Dennis, we're trying, again, to just rekindle that kind of energy, that exists, that we know that exists in our communities. So it's very healthy, and earlier when you're talking about the evolution of our communities, we also have a lot of healing that we have to go through as well. And there's been a lot of, tons of, programs and services that are all meant, that are all geared towards doing that. The Blackfoot Confederacy, of course, where I work, part of our objective is to advocate, for those kind of healing programs and healing services in our communities, whether it be in health or education or wherever. We try to create as much of an opportunity for our people to benefit. But this is one of the angles. It's kind of a personal thing. It's one of the angles that we use for that purpose as well. Because of course we all know that music is so healing, and that music really brings people together, and it really inspires folks to embark on their own healing journeys. And the last thing that I want to say, again, I want to thank Dennis for inviting me to come in and share. I want to acknowledge everyone else too that's here. Oh, and by the way, I was kind of joking with my wife earlier. I was telling her, who organizes meetings at 9 o'clock in the morning on Saturday morning? Like, what's up with that?
But there's always good coffee.
There's always good.
That's why God made South America. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, it's really it's good to see that there's this kind of a conversation that's going on in our communities about that, and you can see artists left and right, and these guys here, my relatives from Siksika are promoting themselves as well too. So that's really that same kind of energy that we talk about here in the city of Calgary also exists in our communities, and everywhere you go, everybody you talk to, they all have that same kind of energetic, creative spirit, and they want to exercise that spirit. And so our role, in some respect, is to create that opportunity for people to come and to get on the stage and to perform, under the lights and with the sound and everything. And it makes it really, really positive and really advantageous for not just them, but of course their families and so on. And it's really has been a real amazing experience for me to be able to to be involved in things like that. And again, the last point that I wanted to make is that I know that there's been a lot of again, conversations about about the city of Calgary and this, I guess, kind of the history of the area. But I just want to let everyone know, I guess, in some respect, that there is a movement that's occurring with the Blackfoot Confederacy, and what we're doing is we're folks like my wife and I, we're involved in these traditional ceremonies, and one of the things that I can see is really, really positive is just that our people are starting to go back to that original spirit that existed here with our folks, back thousands of years ago, and that same energy exists, and we're trying to, reach out, to some of our young people. You've seen it in the news, our opioid crisis, and just the drugs and the alcohol that are going on, and so the answer to all of that, and it's kind of bold to say, but the answer, as far as we're concerned, is our prayers and is our spirituality and our creativity and just that positive energy that we need to create to help to move our communities in a positive direction. So with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share with you today. Again, I think we're open for questions, or if anybody has anything they want to know about what we're doing. But it is a good thing. It is a real positive thing, and I'm really glad to be able to share with everyone here today. Thank you very much.
We want to really honor the clock. Where's the drummer? Okay. We can't go ahead without the drummer. We're going to just segue right into this amazing band from Siksika, Double Rider. And also, maybe Hannah, after the tune, if you could just mention about your experience. You have a very fascinating story of the traditional influence of your grandpa, you know, and their repertoire. They do, these boots are made for walking, and then they can get to something contemporary. It's just the most eclectic mix. But it makes a statement in terms of that connectedness with those influences. So, are you ready to do a tune? Aaron, it's good to see you. Did you want to get the baby on the stage? Maybe walking with hubby. Yeah. We had the opportunity. Yes, okay, I can just kind of briefly get on that. It's that through this process of connecting, and then you get this collective vision about, and the whole thing is the positioning. Like we really understood to be observant in what's our position in terms of the supportive role. And I think that's where the collaboration, like giving voice to the leadership skills of Kirby and Penny and such. We got a grant in 2019 through the province to do the First Nations Music Project. And then we kind of went out, we got some sponsors, and we were invited to the Indian Relay races Canada Day at Strathmore, which was a gorgeous facility. And we had an art show, and then a patron came with $5,000. And you know, I've been promoting, driving around to the res and posters, and hey, here's my phone number, you know, and let's get together, you know, and then no connection. So we put an ad in the Siksika newspaper, $5,000 in prizes, and they came from all over southern Alberta. And, you know, the other thing, too, with the politic, which was really good, we had a mixed jury. I got a call from a band, and they said, is the jury all white? And I said, we are not stupid, you know, that we're not going to shoot ourselves in the foot. And I think, Miguel, were you on the jury, or I know that you came out? You're on the jury, okay. I'm not going to ask you who you voted for. But anyways, they came, and I thought, this talent. And then parents were calling and saying, well, my 10-year-old kid, he's been doing some rock and roll. And I said, well, bring him. And then we had to get a youth category. But I know that with Hannah, I kept hearing about this, the previous name was Third Generation. So they came, and they just brought this energy and talent. And it just, for us, it's like, we can get excited about promoting. It's not just the music, but what you represent as people. So we went on, and I think you came in second. It's a good thing I wasn't on the jury, you know, anyways. So, and then we did some music workshops and just getting together as much as possible. The priest out at Cluny, you know, gave us the keys to the church, which was great because we needed a meeting place. And then we did a tour. Do you remember the tour? And it was really, it's nice when you have the money because, you know, we booked the hotels and we went to Pincher, and then we were going to play in Brockett, and we went over to Moses Lake. And then with Hannah, I said, well, it's a small little room at St. Paul's in Brockett. So she drove to Lethbridge and bought an acoustic guitar to kind of go unplugged. And I thought, that is dedication. So I'm just going to have Hannah introduce the band, and if you can do a number for us.
Sure, yeah. Hello, Uki. We are not Gutkitubi, which is Blackfoot for double rider. So we're a family band. We have Aaron Many Heads and Lennon Owlchild.
Hello.
And myself, Hannah Owlchild. And we've been a band since 2014. We were just kids when we started. We didn't really know what we were doing. We just wanted to, you know, mess around with the instruments. We come from a long line of musicians, so our grandfather, whose Blackfoot name is Double Rider, and that's our name for the band. He played in southern Alberta since the 70s. He's toured in southern Alberta, and he had multiple bands, and yeah, he wrote some fantastic songs, which he's passed down to us and given us his blessing to record them and share them with everyone else. Then the next generation would have been our parents, who were musicians as well. They all jammed together, and when we came along, we grew up with like little celebrations in the basement, New Year's, birthdays. They were always jamming, so we kind of grew up with that. It was always within, just like at our fingertips, pretty much. And when we got to that age of interest with music, we thought, hey, let's try this. Let's see what we can do. We weren't good in the beginning. But we started, you know, just thinking this is something we can do, and we wanted to continue it. And yeah, we started off as third generation, as Dennis mentioned, because we were the third generation in our family to play music and perform. And then a year ago, we felt that we were outgrowing that name, and we wanted to honor our grandfather, who left us in July 2020. We wanted to honor him in a more special way, and we changed our name to Double Rider, and that's who we are today. And the song we're gonna play is called Walk With Me. It was written by our grandfather in the 90s. I don't hear any sound. Yeah, it was written in the 90s for, no. Yeah, I think he's working on it up there. So he gave that to us. He let us record it in the studio, which we did this time last year. We recorded three of his songs. One of them, Echoes of the Past, which is a really great song for what's going on right now. It's very powerful for Indigenous people. The next one is Every Day that we recorded. That's another great one that we love from him. And then this one, Walk With Me, which is a very sweet and special song.
You guys might need to grow your ears a little bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess a little story behind us also is sometimes we come late to stuff, and we like to call ourselves the ADHD band. We have our mind and our spirit at where we're supposed to play, but our bodies are still back home trying to get out there. Yeah, we're just having some technical difficulties. Okay. And I guess just to kind of like share before we start playing, what's a show without some technical difficulties? I just wanted to thank Dennis for, I guess, just taking us under his wing and just supporting us, especially with just getting us out there. We really appreciate it. And like same with Kirby, we played at Curb Fest before the pandemic, and I think the name is great. I love Curb Fest. It sounds so cool. So yeah, I love the name. And also just want to say thank you to Patti for your speech earlier. I think that was very inspiring and just really talks about artists, like just how you kind of grow and you don't really know what you're doing all the time. You kind of figure it out. And as you said, like we all see it as a hierarchy. Really, it's a circle. And I think personally in my own experience, I'm graduating in the fall from university. So I'm just about done. It's been a very long journey. Thank you. It was a very long journey, and when I was 18, I thought, I'm doing music. That's all I'm doing. I don't care. My family wanted me to go to school, and they, kind of almost forced me into it, and they're like, you're going to go to school, you're going to get a degree, and that's going to help you in the long run. But I was like, I don't know if I want to do it. And here I am, almost done. So, I think that's that circle, that balance of you can still do what you want to do and do your art and believe in yourself with what you're sharing with others, while still, getting what you need to do to survive in this contemporary world. Sure, yeah.
Daryl, can you give Hannah the little Taylor guitar?
Can we try the acoustic to plug it in? Let's see.
Well, she's just going to have to go to mine.
Yeah,
Okay, I have them. I wanted to say to Patti, that you need to know that your generosity and vision is going deep into this song. Because when Miguel calls, we go way back, he's got the Midas touch of music dance. It's wonderful working with him. So I wanted to announce, and at our table here we have our team. We're doing a major festival in Willett Hall, to the nation, with 820 on the 23rd.
Yeah.
And we will be doing a Fest 2022. But what you have done is really created
Yes. So this one's called Walk With Me. Yeah. Leave it. There are times in one's own life when things seem very dark. Come along and sing a song with me as we walk the river blue and dream of things all new. Come along and walk with me a while. Walk with me and tell me that your love now is so fine. I will always want you till the end of time. Walk with me and tell me that your love now is so fine. I will always want you till the end of time. As I look into your eyes, my pain and fear subsides. Come along and sing the song with me. I could feel your sadness leave as we sing along this song. Come along and walk with me a while. Walk with me and tell me that your love now is so fine. I will always want you till the end of time. Walk with me and tell me that your love now is so fine. I will always want you till the end of time. Thank you.
They will be featured at the May 20th, 21st Celebration of Life at Bullet Hall, Sutina. We have posters on it. Now, in closing, we want to say a big, big thank you to Miguel and Patti. And Penny, can you come to the stage? Because we have a presentation for you. He told me. And Aaron, can we get the baby up here too, Aaron? Can we get the baby in the picture? Ken's going to do a picture. So Miguel and Patti. Just come forward here. So you want to sit in with the band and you can get a job as backup singers? Do the presentation. So Ken, tell them what you need for the thing. No, that's okay. I'll get the white guy out of the
That's okay. No, go ahead. No, I'm good.
Why don't you come to the front, Kurt? You guys want to put your shirts on?
I have mine on.
Take your shirt off. Patti and Miguel, why don't you put your shirt on? Sure. You're not part of the, you're on the team. I'll let you choose the color. Should we call makeup, Miguel? Get the hockey sticks.
Dennis, come on, George.
Forgive me, Father. Maybe we can have Bill Ryder hang around at lunch for a few more tunes and some autographs. Okay. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, Patti. Okay, you need a hand. Yeah.
He said we can during lunch.
Also, we get a hand again.
Check. Well, thank you very much. It was wonderful learning about our Indigenous community, our First Nations community, and just remember, as part of the Celebrating Life activities, as Denise mentioned, we are hosting an event on May 20 and 21st. It's going the power of the it's the power of the Indigenous artists, and it's going to be a great program. So we are going to take a little break of 5 minutes, if you don't mind, and we are going to continue with the next presentation with the Trico social change makers. Tito, you want to come in and yeah, just be with me and we can. Just come to the station. It's a little messy here, but you can handle. I can give you this mic if you like, and Tito, you can use another one if you like. Yeah. Just come to the stage. Okay, check. Well, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the great conversation that we are having. I'm very glad and thank you for all of you. We are going to continue with the program, and I'd like to present and introduce Artists as Changemaker by Trico Changemaker Studio. Trico Changemaker Studio believes that artists have always been paving the way for change. Artists have the capacity to mobilize people and catalyze action. They expose the underlying conditions that hold problems in place. They inspire new connections and offer people new possibilities for engaging with a challenge. Today we have Sally Gomez and Tito Gomez that are here with us. And I say Sally Gomez, is correct? No, right? No, it's anyway, I'm going to let her to introduce. Sally is going to moderate this session. They are part of this great project that is Trico Changemaker Studio with Mount Royal University, supported by Calgary Arts Development as well. And you are in charge.
All right. Hello, everyone. And thank you, Miguel, for putting this amazing event on, and the whole Casa Mexico team. Can everyone hear me okay? Is it too loud? It's great. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm pleased to be here. My name is Sally Njoroge, and I work at the Trico Changemaker Studio, housed at Mount Royal University. I am the project lead for the Artists as Changemaker project, and you will have seen a couple of reports on your table. I'm not as fun, and I didn't bring t-shirts, so but there are stickers there. And it'll tell you a little bit about the project that you can take home and read, but we'll also spend some time here sharing what we've done, why we do it, and Tito here is gonna share some of the projects that he's done with the Artists as Changemaker. So we're supported by Calgary Arts Development. Thanks, Patti. Woo! And so for our time together, I'll do a quick little activity, and then I'll get into the project, and then Tito's gonna share. And then if time is going well, we'll have a Q&A session if possible. So I don't know about you guys, but it has been a while since I've been at an in-person event. I'm usually having my notes in front of me on a screen. So it's nice to see people in person. So I'll just want to take a moment for us to know who's in the room before we really get started. So who here is in the arts community? I want to just know the audience a little bit. You can put your hand up, you can clap. All right. Okay, so good. There's a good mix. That means our activity is going to work. All right, so I'll just ask that you get into pairs, if possible. And in your pairs, you'll have 2 minutes. And in this 2 minutes, I'm going to ask, what is something in your community that you wish was different? So talk amongst yourself for 2 minutes with your partner about what's something in your community you wish was different. And that's your cue. Yeah, just whoever's next to you, just grab a partner, just in pairs. Or whoever's close to you. Don't, get close. All right, so if you're just joining us, we are just taking 2 minutes to chat with a partner that's next to you or somebody that's on your table about something that you wish in your community was different. So go ahead. Let me know when her time is up. All right, so we'll just wrap it up when you're ready. All right, we'll bring it back. I love the buzzing of the conversations happening. All right, how did that go? Like thumbs up, thumbs down, like in the middle? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up. Okay, good. Thank you. I really need feedback. I've opened the door and now no one wants to stop talking. That's great. So the next question that I have for you, within your group still, who in the community is leading that change? So just have a conversation about that for another 2 minutes. Who, is it a group of people? Is it an organization, individuals? Like who in the community is leading that, something that you want to be different in your community? All right. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. We'll bring it back. Great. Awesome. So I'll just ask one person from your group if anyone would like to volunteer to just share one thing that came up in your group. So what is that thing that you wish was different and who might be the one leading the change? Yeah. Great.
Yes. It's basically creating more connections with the people in the community, and we're thinking that artists can lead the way for creating these more connections.
Thank you. You just took my presentation. Is there anyone from this group that would like to share? Yeah?
We said to market and mentor artists, like to earlier in their journey.
Market and mentor artists earlier in the journey. How about on this table, anyone would like to volunteer to share? That's okay, maybe we can pass and come back? Yeah, okay, no problem. How about this group? Anyone that would like to share? Thank you.
So the first question the way we answered the question is about what we want to see different in our community. So again, we're just referring to our First Nation community. Is just a facility where artists are free to go and to perform and to even just rehearse or jam or whatever. Just a facility. In a lot of our communities, I don't want to speak for everyone, but sometimes there's a little bit of politics that goes on in renting facilities and setting aside time and things like that. So I think it'll be advantageous for artists just to have a place that they can go whenever they want and just kind of do their thing whenever they need to.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone from the back room that'd like to share? Yeah, great, thank you.
For us, the first question we answered wasn't art related. It was more what we could do in a whole with the city. So we thought about affordable housing and just more resources for the homeless. That was the first one. And who leads the way regarding that? Organizers with the city. What else did we say? Social workers as well. Yes.
Thank you. Anything from here that you'd like to share? No? Yes? No? All right, I won't put you on the spot. Yeah? We'll come back? Great, thank you.
Hi, everyone. As an immigrant, I'm Iranian, and here you're so welcome to me. But we are discuss about those paperworks as an artist we need to do. For example, for getting grants, there are many steps that I myself, it's big struggle for me. And sometimes I missed many chances because I'm afraid even to talk in English, to call someone to ask. So this is a big issue we have, all of us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for sharing. All of you were so brave. I didn't know if this would work well, but it did. So some of you have already mentioned some of the things that I would be wanting to talk about, which is artists, and who's leading the way, which Miguel has mentioned in our intro, which was artist. So my role at the Trico Changemaker studio is to create opportunities for artists to create change and making the way for change. So, thank you. So I consider, thank you. So I think I'm speaking to the choir here, but I'm still gonna go through with the presentation. I consider myself an artist. My chosen practice is writing, along with spoken word art performance, and most recently DJing before the pandemic started. So I've always loved the arts. It's my first recollection of myself as a human connecting with the world. And amazingly enough, I've just been surrounded myself with artists and have also been having the opportunity to work in the arts. So that's what really brought me here into this project. So, you know, we've noted some challenges in our communities and things that we wish were different. And these challenges really don't have easy solutions, such as homelessness or connection. These are really difficult challenges. And I think artists play really powerful roles in our society to help us understand and make sense of the complexity that we face in this beautiful thing we call life. So, for example, just do a little piece. I am the stone that the builder refused. I am the visual, the inspiration that made the lady sing the blues. I'm the spark that makes your idea bright, the same spark that lights the dark so you can know your left from your right. I'm the ballot in your box, the bullet in the gun, the inner glow that lets you know to call your brother son, the story that just begun, and the promise of what is to come. And I'm gonna remain a soldier until a war is won. So, that's, thanks. So that piece is not my own, is by a gentleman named Gabriel Asheru Ben. He's an American hip hop artist with a passion for youth activism. So he started multiple organizations such as the Guerrilla Arts Inc. and Hip Hop Educational Literacy Program. So he uses his skill as an artist to increase the literacy rates among youth, especially Black youth in the United States. He believes in the power of the arts as a preventative tool to decrease unemployment rates and incarceration. He addresses the social challenge through creating workbooks that allow students of all reading levels to engage in innovative ways to write and apply critical thinking skills. So his method of these workbooks has been actually applied in multiple schools across the United States. And this is just one example of what artists can do and how artists can become agents of change. And there's so much more evidence available on an international, national, and local level here in Calgary that shows the benefits of the importance of the arts and artist. So there's an educator by the name of Maxine Green who was a strong advocate for the arts, and her legacy is rooted in the belief that an awakened consciousness will lead to actions that enforce change, and art is an transformational tool that provides the opening and creates the spaces for reimagining the world. And this is why we do what we do. We believe that artists can take us through that process of reimagination and create avenues where change is possible in our communities. So with the Artists as Changemaker project, our goal is to increase the capacity of artists to create meaningful social change. We look to uncover the interrelationship between art, the artistic process, and social innovation theory. So we started in 2008. It's been quite the journey. The first year of the project was very inquiry-based. We asked a lot of questions. We were basically to try to understand the best ways to uncover what are these pathways for change. So the conversations took place in a course of 1 year with about 8 to 10 artists. And we saw an opportunity for continuing education for artists. So the artists went through the Social Innovation Certificate program at Mount Royal University. And what this did was provide artists with the tools, the concepts, and the language that is used in the social innovation field. So what is social innovation really? It's about addressing root causes of problems. It's looking at changing the relationships, structures, and systems, and so on in our community. And it deals with people, practices, and resources, and all of these things acting together. So it was really a great opportunity for the artists to go through the certificate program because artists are inquisitive. They like to go below the surface. They like to know what's going on, below the iceberg, as you will see on our little logo there on the page. And artists want to understand and expose why things are the way they are. And that was our bread and butter when we first started this project. It's really an exciting place to be because we saw these connections between what the artistic process is and what social innovation is. So from a very academic standpoint. And the second year was really about how to translate that learning and put it into action. So the artists wanted to share what they've learned with other artists, and we invited new artists into the cohort. We also collaborated with local community organizations that are at the forefront of change, organizations that are working on issues such as domestic violence or anti-racism. And Tito was actually part of the new cohort that came in, and Kevin over here was one of the very first artists we had. Woo! And so that's how the residency was born. And since then, we've been tweaking what the residency is. Through our evaluation process, we've taken on things that do work and things that haven't been working and evolving from that. So even as we're figuring things out, the core part of the residency is artist, and it's social innovation. It's relationship between communities and organizations that are making change, as well as focusing on process as much as product as an outcome. So usually artists are invited into the process, into something, and they're just, they wanted to create just a beautiful art piece, but what does it look like when you're inviting artists at the beginning of your process to really make decisions along the way in your organization or in your initiative? And this is something that we are finding hope in as we're moving forward and as we're evolving with the project. So really emphasizing on that process piece, looking back at the pandemic, there were so many opportunities to engage in art. You can take painting classes, dance classes, although they were on Zoom, they helped us get through it. And when you really think about it, it's not about what you made in the end. It's really about you going through that process and you learning about yourself or learning about others or learning about your community or a specific topic and how that changed how you feel or how it changed how you behave or how it changed how you think. And that's what I really think when I think about awakened consciousness. That is the point of transformation. And I believe, and we believe in this program, that artists are the best equipped to create these spaces where transformative action is possible. And from there, we can change practices, we can change policies, we can change how money flows by engaging through that process of learning about ourselves and learning about our community. So through the Artists as Changemaker project, we're learning that artists practice and develop their skills and bring meaning to complex social issues. They're really in touch with the human experience and human emotions, and use art to make the complex more accessible and easier to understand. So artists are storytellers, as we all know. We've heard it here, we've felt it with the music. And they enable us to see new perspectives through a lens of curiosity. And in return, artists also give us empathy, and they allow us to feel empathy and a deeper understanding of the issues that are affecting our community. So as we're moving forward, the Artists' Changemaker residency program, we're really thinking about the process and how artists are connecting with and collaborating with individuals, with communities, and with organizations towards transformative change. And now I'll pass it over to Tito. Thank you.
Check. I just want to give a round of applause. Without a production crew, filmmakers can't make films. Without a tech crew, artists can't showcase the art. So can we give a round of applause to the tech crew upstairs here at cSpace for making sure that we're shown. My name is Tito Gomez. I'm a filmmaker from, I was born and raised in California. However, despite the name, I'm Chippewa, Cree, and Otowotum. So I always said I lived in two worlds. On the weekends, I would travel to powwows all over the United States, go back to my reserve for our Sundances and celebrations. But during the week was the best part because I was exposed to the Mexican culture in California. So on my block, there was a lot of Mexican families who were working on the fields. So no matter who the mother was, you always heard, you know, like, mijo, come, go get this to your mom, go do this, mijo, go, stop eating dirt. And that was when I was 17, but that's a different story. So my Mexican, my Spanish speakers, what does mijo stand for? My son, absolutely. For the longest time, I thought that was my name, so because I kept hearing it. So, so what I want to do is start getting to my talk and what we stand for. So, can art affect social change? But most importantly, can Hollywood affect social change? Now, see, audio and visuals are abundant these days. You can watch movies in a theater, and just old school, since theaters are now starting to open up. Or can you start watching films on your at home? You can start streaming thousands of films in many streaming services. And if you're on the go, you could move the slide up ahead. You could start watching films on your phone if you are on the go. So all these places that you could watch films and discover how empathy is created through all of these medias. You can slide it one more. Or you can start watching shows like Will and Grace, which will make you laugh and talk about serious social issues. Or you can watch films like Get Out, and that's a great reflection upon society and how we view one another. Or there's always our favorites, which is rom-coms, which is just a great way to fall in love again. And all these have empathy within every medium, from TV, movies, to even rom-coms. So what we try to do is take the word empathy, and what it does is it creates a feeling that the character is feeling. And if a filmmaker is doing his job correctly, you're going to feel what they feel. So the film industry is probably arguably the most impactful sector in modern society. So if you start watching a film and you come across an animated film, they can make you cry. They can make you laugh. So the animated film has huge aspects of what you could do. Or if you laugh, go ahead, you can advance to the next slide. So the movie up. We all know the first 7 minutes, we're all crying, and the movie hasn't even gotten to the end. Or if you're laughing and it sticks with you and it's done properly, just seeing a picture of, like, you know, Mrs. Doubtfire, if you could advance this next slide. If you see Mrs. Doubtfire, you're already going to smile and giggle because you already know the scene. Or if you're dealing with death and loss, like, go ahead and move to the next slide. we're all trying to understand it, just like Forrest Gump did. So we always have these cases of empathy within the film itself. Now, before I get to the real true talk, showing you a true example of this, when my daughter was 10, we thought we had introduced her to the movie Titanic. So go ahead and advance the next slide, please. So here's the Titanic. We thought we'd show it to her. Listen to that soundtrack. Go ahead, you can advance. And I know what you're thinking. Yes, I do my own choreography. So everyone could sit down. Thank you. Yeah, it was beautiful. So when my daughter was watching this movie, probably for the 5th, 6th, 7th time, she had a question. She heard that there wasn't enough lifeboats on the Titanic. And so we started talking about it, and we said, no, well, those lifeboats are basically for the rich. You could advance the next slide. And so she started to have this conversation. We were starting to talk about if there are now lifeboats on cruise liner ships, and why were they only thinking about the rich at the time? So it was all about those social issues that she was more concerned about because of this movie. And that's what a good movie could do. So my first example of what a movie could do is the movie Philadelphia. It was released in 1993. It was nominated for 5 Oscars, winning 2. It was about a lawyer, Andrew Beckett, who hides that he is gay and his HIV status at a powerful law firm. Then he is fired when that secret comes out. So he hires Denzel Washington to represent him, to sue the high power law firm for discrimination. The movie is actually inspired by events from Jeffrey Bower's own age discrimination lawsuit. Now, after what this movie did when it was released, it started to change the whole national conversation around HIV and AIDS. You have to remember that it was 1993, so the conversation was vastly different than what we have now. States were starting to look at the American Disability Act to make sure that it protected people with HIV, and those protections were a lot stronger. And most importantly, what this film did was it made life less isolated for people with HIV and AIDS, because it started to change the conversation and the stigmatism around the disease. So that's what one movie did. Now, the next movie that I would like to talk about is The Inconvenient Truth. Now, this film has a lot of controversy because no matter which side you stand on politically, it is about global warming. And so some people may not believe the science, some people may believe the science. But most importantly, what it did was it had the conversation in a point of time where that conversation wasn't happening. So this film is actually credited for revitalizing the environmental movement. One of the other things that it created was that teens got involved probably for the very first time. They created the Inconvenient Youth that started to drive the movement towards trying to solve the climate change crisis. And this movie, again, government got involved. It started to hit the national, global level of how climate change affects our living situation. So the next film that for my next example, is Blackfish. Now, Blackfish is about the captivity of animals at SeaWorld. And what this movie did was start to create a movement of how we treat our animals. People saw this and understanding how the treatment was so bad at SeaWorld, and they started to protest. Now, SeaWorld, I do want to say that SeaWorld came out and had a website saying what was wrong with Blackfish and tried to change the narrative, but their website was only around for about 2 months, so you guys could read what you want into that. But what it did was it started to have a lot of bands cancel the performance, cancel their shows at SeaWorld, and probably within 6 years after this movie came out, they decided to end the breeding program and stopped doing shows that involved orcas in captivity. So what I'm showing to you is 3 examples of what film can do. And one dealing with the human experience with AIDS, one dealing with climate change, and one dealing with the treatment of animals. You can go ahead and advance it, please. And that's what film does. Film creates a conversation that could lead to social change. It doesn't matter if it's fiction, doesn't matter if it's a documentary. And if we take those principles of empathy, conversations, social change, and we break it down to a local level, that's what Changemaker does. Changemaker at Trico Studios, you could change the next slide, please. What it does is we try to take those principles and bring it down to the local level, working with nonprofits and trying to create that conversation so that we use our art. Kevin uses his art. Mine is more of a filmmaker standpoint. And we want to create the conversation. If it leads to a social change, great, that's awesome, we did our job. So this is a piece that when I first came aboard, they asked me to work with Calgary on purpose. I worked with a friend of mine, Wakefield Brewster, who's the poet laureate now here for the city of Calgary. Yeah, we got him first. We got him first. So this is the piece that we came up with for Changemakers. So you can advance it. You go to the next slide.
Municipal motions make up to mask the mass murder, and patrons never pay to watch this daily play. It plays right out in front of them in each and every way, but the cast never see them. They cover and hide. So exit stage left only means suicide. In the morbid act 2, that only means less mouths to feed, less of the cast for which the hippie's heart bleeds, less vegetation grown from unwanted seeds. In a politician's garden, Eden wouldn't have these weeds. Food home and garden. I beg your fucking pardon. Rats, trash, here's what's real. Picking through the litters where you'll get your next meal. For I'm suspecting that a scheme of corrupt cuisine must have been on the scene when no one had a look. Was it an alderman aiming to alter them? Hell, Martha Stewart style to cook up a book. Cause I got a big problem with the menu here, see? 96, 940.73. You put them all collectively and there you have the recipe. It's not a Niçoise salad, see? That's their fucking salary. And here we all are, trying to ride out the recession. The deficit deepens and hitches progression. Cows and sows both stricken by disease, bringing Canada's farm province down to its knees. But I heard something in the news, and it really made me think. Where'd we get 11 million for a brand new skating rink? That's right, 11 million. 5 million from the city, 5 million from the province, and 1 million from the corporate and private investors. They must think the people are jokers and jesters. I heard we have 5 on the go right now. The dates of completion, I know not when nor how, but number 6 is on the way. And another body ended up in Fish Creek today. The Southeast reports another gun on the sleigh. And that's the neighborhood that I live in, by the way. So gangsters got money for gats and guns, while city officials are claiming more funds are needed to alleviate the situation. So how the hell you paying for that super cop station? There ain't nobody in it to handle probation, so no one gon' catch systematic citation. So forget about the pay, your wallet pun the sleigh. They tax and trick a motherfucker in each and every way. And what really truly lacks is, I can barely do my taxes. Taxes are taxing my temper and time. I need $300 from my man Ralph Klein. Semper Fire's on the line. I'm choking on the foamy brine like my lovely Clementine. And I try to stay optimistic like Optimus Prime, but they're taxing me, waxing me, muscling my masculinity, my memory, milking me like a memory, massively, got me watching passively. Presumptuously, to them my wallet tasting scrumptious, see? I still love Alberta beef and how I eat down, but something ain't right in the state of Cowtown.
Check. So that's what we did at Changemakers. I don't know if we have time for a Q&A. I hope I met the time limit. Sure. Does anyone have any questions for Sally or myself? Fantastic. We did our job.
Muchas gracias. Sorry? Picture, yes. Patti, come to the picture, please.
Everyone talk amongst yourselves?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Amazing, amazing, really. Thank you very much. We are very, very, very honored, and obviously, yeah, we expected a great, great program, and you are witnessing that. So right now, we have another presentation by Mictlan Artist Group. They are going to prepare the stage. So let's take a few, probably 10-minute break, please. And just be sure right now you can order your food. So you can order in advance, probably. You can order in the cafe, or there is a QR code in your tables. And yeah, so let's be ready for the next presentation. Thank you very much. When is Dennis? Check, check. Okay, guys, are you ready? Okay, thank you very much, everyone. We are going to continue with the program. And I think we are live again. We have a presentation by Mictlan Arts and Research. Mictlan is a Mexican collective of performance artists and artist research formed by the experienced multidisciplinary artists from Mexico, based in Calgary since 2008, with Alberto Susano, Almendra Vergara, and Jimena Gonzalez. This is the result of the common interest in researching, sharing, and performing the rituals, art, philosophy, and mythology that are part of the heritage of the ancient cultures of Latin America in general and from Mexico in particular. The Mictlan Collective aims to create shows that bring the cultural heritage closer to Mexico culture and diversity to a multicultural audience. They have performed in many places, doing workshops, being on stage, and in street shows, storytelling, and fine arts to promote Mexican culture, heritage in the province, trying to build cultural bridges between Mexico, Canada, and other countries. Today's presentation is a theatrical and multimedia performance that through acting, shadows, objects, music, and more, tells the story of a character who boards on a train to take a trip without knowing that this dream trip will gradually turn into a nightmare. Let's find out more about this performance today. Thank you very much and welcome. Well, let's give a big, big applause to Mictlán Arts and Research, Alberto, Jimena, and Almendra that is in some place around. It's amazing. Patti, come on to the picture. Again. Almendra, run, please. Well, that's an amazing group of artists, Mictlán AXA Research, and we appreciate a lot the effort to create all this scenario. And we are going to take a little break for lunch. We create a special menu. Well, the cafe is prepare a special menu today. You can order is a sandwich and a drink, and I think they are ready. And we are coming back at 1 for the presentation of Alex Sarian, the President and CEO of Arts Commons. 1:10 he's going to present, but we have an amazing afternoon program as well. Thank you very much.
a una flor de la marina. Pregúntale si tú me quieres. Le preguntaba si tú me amabas. Cuando ella me dice que sí. Si tú me quieres, preguntaba si tú me amabas, pregúntale si tú me quieres, pregúntale si tú me
Testing 1 2.
Testing.
Check. Testing 1 2.
Testing 1 2. Can everyone hear me?
Testing 1 2. Can you guys
Testing
hear
1
us out
2.
there?
Okay. Okay. I'll have to sing. Okay, ready? Sunrise.
Sunrise. Ready, Eric? Kind of, yeah. We'll just kind of play while they're doing whatever, yeah.
Oh, I can't wait till it's morning. We'll look up to the sunrise up. As I walk on down we'll make love to the sunrise up. That's when I say I do. I love you so. Come on, pretty baby, and let's sing about. Oh, I wish I knew to say I love you so. Say I do, I love you so. Come on, pretty baby, and let's sing about. Oh, I wish I knew to say I love you so. Oh, I can't wait until it's morning. We'll make love to the sunrise up. Whoa, it's getting dark. You should come inside. We'll make love to the sunrise up. That's when I say I do. I love you so. Come on, pretty baby, and let's sing about. Oh, I wish I knew to say I love you so. Say I want you so bad. Come on, pretty baby, and let's look at the land. Oh, I wish I knew to say I love you so. Whoa, whoa, whoa. As I walk on down we'll make love to the sunrise up. Oh, I can't wait until it's morning, dear. We'll make love to the sunrise up. That's when I say I do. I love you so. Come on, pretty baby, and let's sing about. Oh, I wish I knew to say I love you so. Whoa, whoa. Say I want you so bad. Come on, pretty baby, it ain't say I want you so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was all right.
No.
I think we were too quiet. Really? A little bit.
How's the level out there?
Well, good afternoon, y'all. Hope you guys are enjoying your little lunches. Kind of throwing a little rockabilly for you.
Blue moon, blue moon, blue moon, keep shining bright. Blue moon, keep on shining bright. You're gonna bring me back to my baby tonight. Blue moon, keep shining bright. I said, blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone and left me blue. I said, blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone and left me blue. Well, it was a one, a moonlight night, stars shine bright. Whisper on I love, say goodbye. Blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone and left me blue. I said, blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone and left me blue. I said, blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone and left me blue. Well, there was a one, a moonlight night, stars shine bright. Whisper on I hear the say goodbye. Blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone and left me blue. Shine on the one that's gone and left me blue. Shine on the one that's gone and left me blue. These boots. Your favorite.
That's a request.
All right, let's do these boots.
Okay. Might have to crank yours a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. You keep saying you've got something for me, something you call love, but confess. You keep it saying when you want to be changing, and now someone else is getting all your best. Well, these boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you. You keep lying when you want to be true then. You keep losing when you want to not bet. You keep what's right is right, but you ain't been right yet. Well, these boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you. Yeah. You keep playing where you shouldn't be playing, and you keep thinking that you'll never get burned. Ha! Well, I just found me a brand new box of matches, yeah. And what he knows, you ain't had time to learn. Well, these boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you. Are you ready, boots? We'll start walking. Well, these boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you. We'll start walking.
That's good. The top one's good. No, the top one's good.
Yeah, it sounds good. Yeah. Kind of playing.
Kind of messing around. Yeah.
No, well, because we're done by lunch.
I know.
Oh,
but
okay.
This is basically messing around.
Yeah. Yeah. Too much We're gonna do one more, I think, before everything starts back up again. This one's a little two-stepping song. There isn't much room, but you know, if you want to dance, there's room.
Just on the stage if you want.
Yeah, I can come up here.
Back to the times when we said hi. Back to the times we said goodbye. And I need your loving one more time. Don't you think that it's alright, dear? What I say about you now? Oh, I know that you care for me. Oh, I need your loving one more time. One more time again. One more time again. One more time and I'll be there. One more time again. One more time again. One more time and I'll be there. Sometimes we walk through the still beer, holding hands and feeling fine. And the feel of your hand in mine. Oh, I need your loving one more time. Don't you think that it's alright, dear? That your love now belongs to me. And the feel of your hand in mine. Oh, I need your loving one more time. One more time again. One more time again. One more time and I'll be there. One more time again. One more time again. One more time and I'll be there. Let it go, Anna. Now I know it's time to go, dear. The times we walked along the river stream, my friend. Please let me know and hold me tight. And I need your loving one more time. All day long I sit here crying. Remind all the times when I'm with you, my friend. Please come along and hold me tight.
where the kids don't eat and the dog can't sleep. There's no escape from the music in the whole damn street. 'Cause she's playing all night and the music's alright. Mama's got a squeeze box, daddy never sleeps at night. She goes in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out. 'Cause she's playing all night and the music's alright. Mama's got a squeeze box, daddy never sleeps at night. She goes, squeeze me, come on and squeeze me, come on and tease me like you do. I'm so in love with you. Mama's got a squeeze box, daddy never sleeps at night. Squeeze box he wears on his chest, and when his daddy comes home, he never gets no rest. 'Cause he's playing all night, and the music's alright. Mama's got a squeeze box, daddy never sleeps at night.
All right, thank you. We're Double Rider.
decías que me amabas, pero era mentira y con otro me engañabas, cierto. Hoy ya no quiero más pensar en el ayer. sé bien que con el tiempo te olvidaré. Una paloma blanca
Okay, we are going to
que yo tenía
continue.
cuando quería se me escapaba. Por sus besos yo moría, sus besos que me engañaban.
Why don't we start by giving a big applause to the band, Double Rider
Se me
Band.
escapaba y la vi pasar un día con un palomo volaba.
I think we are live again, just complete with me.
Va pasando el tiempo y veo
Well, thank you for being with us and for continuing. I just want to mention that as part of celebrating life, we are having different events, basically all the next weekends.
me dicen todos que de mano en mano vas. Tu corazón ya tiene precio, no hay más que hablar. Una paloma blanca que yo tenía cuando quería se me escapaba. Por sus besos yo moría, sus besos que me engañaban. Una paloma blanca que yo tenía cuando quería se me escapaba. Y la vi pasar un día, con un palomo volaba.
I want to mention as well briefly that tonight we have an artist reception and everybody that is all the artists are invited and sponsor for everyone that came just to recognize them. You are invited tonight at 7 p.m. We are going to have some appetizers, some wine, and some amazing music by Los Masters Latin Band and Oliver.
Una paloma blanca que yo tenía cuando quería se me escapaba. Por sus besos yo moría, sus besos que me engañaban. Una paloma blanca que yo tenía cuando quería se me escapaba. Y la vi pasar un día, con un palomo volaba.
And now it's really my great pleasure to introduce Alex Arias, from Buenos Aires, Shanghai, New York City. Alex has worked with artists and organizations. As an executive, he spent the past 7 years at the Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts, where most recently he led the institution grant-making, global consulting, community engagement, education, and artistic programming for young audience and families. In January 2020, Alex was appointed President and CEO of Arts Commons, Canada's third largest performing arts center, and home to institutions such as the Calgary Philharmonic Orchestra and Theatre Calgary. Occupying 10 acres, the Arts Commons complex features 560,000 square feet of world-class performance venues, rehearsal studios, production workshops, education spaces, art galleries, restaurants, and public community areas. Welcoming more than 600 visitors to 2,000 events annually, Arts Commons is embarking in a $45 million expansion campaign, which will double the institution footprint in downtown Calgary. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Up until now, I thought I was going to do this in Spanish. So I'm happy to swap. Miguel, muchas gracias. Gracias to our friends at Casa Mexico. Thank you to cSpace. As we talk about transformation in the future of Arts Commons, I want everybody to know this is a venue that we look at, not a venue, but a family and a community that we look at as somebody that's doing incredible work. I'd also like to acknowledge the original caretakers of Treaty 7. And as a relative newcomer to Calgary, like Miguel mentioned, it was very clear to me, every time I went to an event, there was this very performative thing that people would get up and talk about Treaty 7. I was like, well, why? And we started doing a lot of work with elders. And I was like, well, why are we doing this? Not that I don't want to do it, but I want to know why we're doing it. Because everything historically had just been so prescribed and scripted. And so in working with a lot of First Nation communities, in particular, I want to thank Reg and Rose Croshu and our friends at the United Way of Calgary. I come to learn about a lot of the unresolved history. And so when I stand up here and I thank the caretakers, I do so also acknowledging the unresolved history of the treaty and how different communities interpreted it, some as a peace treaty, others as a surrender of the land. And so I think a lot of the tension comes from there. So I want to acknowledge the unresolved history, and I want to acknowledge and thank the original caretakers, and also assume responsibility for being good stewards of this land, at least while we're on it. So thank you. I thought I would, so I have 15 minutes, right, to share and talk, and then I'm actually more excited about the last 15 where we get to have a conversation. And to me, the conversation is really around, you know, I come to Calgary after 20 years in New York, after the last 7 of which were at Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts, which many of you may know, and in many ways invented, the Lincoln Center is the, for better or for worse, invented the business model for a modern performing arts center, on which actually Arts Commons is based, and not many people know that. And there are many things that we want to learn from our partners in places like Lincoln Center, and then there are many things we don't ever want to do that they did, that we did. And so part of this conversation really for me is to say, okay, as we move into this transformation, how can we be of and for Calgary? And not the Calgary that has always existed, but the Calgary that we know we want to become. And there's so much talk about what the future of the city is going to look like. So I want to talk about redefining what the transformation of Arts Commons looks like. Many of you might have heard that the campaign itself is called Arts Commons Transformation for the past 10 years, more or less. That transformation has mostly been talked about as a physical transformation. That does not excite me. A physical transformation does not excite me. I joke with my team and my board that anybody can build a building, although Dieter and I know that that's not so easy. But anybody can build a building as long as you have the right support. To me, the question becomes, what is that building going to embody? And how does that building embody the transformation that we already need to be going through? And so a lot of that transformation happens philosophically, happens programmatically, happens from a governance perspective, happens in so many different ways. And as a newcomer to Calgary, I know what questions I think I want to ask, but I don't know how to answer them by myself. I can't answer them by myself. So how do we bring community together to help answer those questions together? So that's really the conversation I'd like to have. For those of you that are thinking about zoning out over the next 10, 15 minutes, I at least want to give you a prompt. So Sayonara and I have this bet. So Sayonara is Brazilian and I'm from Argentina. I think dulce de leche is from Argentina. Sayonara thinks dulce de leche is from Brazil. So if you are inclined to zone out during my talk, at the very least, please start looking up where dulce de leche is from, so that by the end of my time here, we can at least clarify. Yes? Okay, so by the end of it, maybe both Sayonara and I are wrong, which I'm happy to be wrong, as long as it's to Mexico and not Brazil. Okay, now you're getting into like South American politics and rivalries. So anyways, Chileno, yeah. Oh my God, okay, I'm gonna get booed out of here. I'd like to also share a little bit about my journey here, because I also want to explain why I think Calgary is such an exciting place to be right now. The story I tell all the time, and I promise this will have to do with community and the arts community and the arts ecosystem. But when my wife and I were considering leaving New York, as you can imagine, going through the exercise of being okay with leaving New York is a whole thing. It was an entire exercise unto itself. And when we were finally ready to explore the idea of leaving New York, we were like, well, we're gonna move to Tokyo, we're gonna move to London, we're gonna go to Barcelona, we're gonna move to all these amazing cities, Mexico DF, we're gonna go to all these like cities that we love. And then I said to her, well, hang on, one of us needs to find a job somewhere. That's how this works, that's how life works. And so what we did was, we took all the cities we loved, and we created a checklist, and we said, okay, what is it that we love about Tokyo and Barcelona and Madrid and Mexico and New York and other places? And that became the rubric by which we started entertaining offers in other cities. And as I got to know Arts Commons, there was something very exciting about this idea of an arts community and an arts ecosystem, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. So the job excited me. But the next thing was, okay, we needed to know if we wanted to move to Calgary. And so my wife and I flight out here a few times, And little by little, it was amazing to me how Calgary started checking off every box on that list. And my wife and I turned to each other and I was like, oh my God, this city's amazing. It has a lot of work to do, like most cities does, but there's so much happening. And mind you, this was in 2019. This was pre-COVID, but also during the financial crisis at the time. And I remember I was a finalist, and I had flown in from New York for the final interview, and I had board members pull me aside and really say to me, "You don't want to move here." And I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, I'm a finalist for the job that you posted." And they're like, no, you don't want to move here. And I was like, well, why? And they're like, well, you really need to know Calgary's going through the longest economic depression in recent history. It's not safe. Downtown is down and out. And I was like, I was having a moment of crisis. I was like, these are the folks that are meant to be impressing me and luring me to come here, and they're telling me to reconsider. And this was, I remember, it was a Tuesday night in December of 2019. My wife and I are self-diagnosed foodies. We will travel the world for a good meal. And on a Tuesday night by myself at 10 p.m., I went down to what used to be Bar Vonderfel's, and I remember having to wait 45 minutes to get a table on a Tuesday night in December. And then I walked down to 17th Avenue, and I went bar hopping for research purposes. And then the very next day I went back to my board and I said, you know, as somebody that grew up in Argentina in the 80s, where economic depression was literally a matter of life and death, Calgary's fine. And I don't mean to undermine the hardships that people are going through because they're real, but all of a sudden that introduced to me that there were two Calgarys. There was the Calgary of the former privileged leadership that was going through a lot of crisis, and then there was the real Calgary of young people creating businesses and young people opening restaurants and bars and trying to find ways of sustaining a lifestyle and families. And that's the Calgary that excited me. And the intersection and the tension that existed between both those Calgarys is, I think, what we've been feeling over the past 2 years, and COVID has certainly heightened it. So I say this because I'm excited about the crossroads that we are currently at, and I believe that we can get through it, but we need to get through it together. So this now speaks to the sense of community. The reason I accepted this invitation, which was a beautiful invitation to talk about this idea of communities and ecosystem, in part is because I believe in the concept of it, but as a newcomer to Calgary that's been here in 2 years during a pandemic isolated, I don't know what those touch points are with community. And I know that my job and the success of Arts Commons depends on it, but I've been in the inside of my home office for 2 years. And just now we're starting to reopen. So the opportunity for me to be here is so great, and I'm so grateful for it, because it's an important way of creating those touch points, creating that community connection. And one of the things I find is super interesting is both in New York and in Calgary, the question for me was always, oh, well, what's the impact of Lincoln Center on the city of New York? Or what's the impact of Arts Commons on the city of Calgary? And my answer is always, that's a lovely question. It's a well-intentioned question, but it's an incomplete question. Because when you talk about the impact of an institution on the city, what you're really saying is that the institution knows more than the city or than the communities that surround it. For me, the question that I've always liked to ask is, what's the impact of Calgary on Arts Commons, or what's the impact of New York City on New York City on Lincoln Center? Because if we start asking that question, then we start opening ourselves up to the conversation that we don't know what we're doing, and that we're actually in service to the communities that surround us. And we can sit back, and one of the things I find fascinating, when I started at Lincoln Center in 2012, I asked our marketing department to give me a heat map of where audiences were coming from. And for those of you that are familiar with New York City, Lincoln Center is on the Upper West Side, one of the wealthiest zip codes in the United States, which is a very tense topic, because Lincoln Center, the construction of Lincoln Center in the 1960s, is the reason the Upper West Side went from being a neighborhood called Little Puerto Rico, which is where West Side Story was filmed, to now all of a sudden being the wealthiest zip code in North America. So on the one hand, we can talk about the economic development of the arts. On the other hand, we can talk about the role we played in gentrifying that neighborhood. So there's a lot of tension. So it's important, as Arts Commons faces this opportunity to expand and to transform and to be a part of Calgary's transformation, that we don't make that same mistake, and that we engage in conversation humbly and responsibly so that we know when we open that we are not just God's gift to the performing arts or God's gift to the arts, and I have a lot of issues with how that sometimes is framed, but really a hub for civic activity, much like cSpace is, where people see themselves identified. When we open, people are excited because they have been a part of the process, and that's the transformation that no architect can help with. That's not a design challenge. That's something that we do programmatically and that we do every day. So that's one way in which community needs to be completely reimagined in terms of how we do our work. So when I started at Lincoln Center in 2012, I asked our marketing department, give me a heat map of where people are coming from. And as you can imagine, it was very saturated within a 10-block radius. Everybody that could walk to Lincoln Center would come and see shows. And they were very proud. And I'm like, sure, I'd be proud too. You're tapping into the wealthiest New Yorkers that exist. Of course, that's going to be successful. But to me, the question was, who isn't coming and why aren't they coming? And then all of a sudden, that heat map looked very puny. And so my biggest point of pride, and Miguel read a little bit about what my areas of oversight at Lincoln Center were, and they make no sense. International consulting, community engagement, arts education. But the way that I look at it in hindsight, it's everything that made Lincoln Center leave the Upper West Side. Whether we were going to Shanghai, whether we were going to the South Bronx, it was about making Lincoln Center more accessible, recognizing that we needed to leave our home, build relationships with communities on their turf and on their terms, and if we were doing it right, then welcome and reciprocate that generosity and hospitality. And so my biggest point of pride is that 7 years later when I left, I asked the marketing department for the same heat map. I said, I'm curious, as I'm about to leave, I'd like to think that I made a difference. Can you show me that same heat map again? And all of a sudden, the heat map had a pin drop on each one of the 51 council member districts of the 5 boroughs of New York. And I said to myself, that's why arts education matters. That's why community engagement matters. Not only for the impact that these programs have on kids, but because then you have an asset like Lincoln Center or like Arts Commons, and you have communities around the city that feel like they belong there, that feel like this belongs to them. And you know, you'll hear me talk repeatedly about there are many barriers to cultural participation, but I think there are 3 that I think about all the time. The first one is a geographic barrier. And interestingly enough, as an art center, that's the barrier that we are most often to discard as something we can never deal with. Well, you live too far away, tough luck. Interestingly enough, during the pandemic, digital technology has completely reevaluated our relationship to physical distances. And I'm happy to share more about stuff that we've done at Arts Commons in the past 2 years. The second barrier is the financial barrier. And I think it's common sense, everybody knows it. But what's interesting is that you can have as many discounted tickets as you want. You can have free tickets, but if people don't want to come and see what you're doing, it doesn't matter how free it is. Which leads to the third barrier, which is the one I enjoy spending the most time thinking about, which is the perceived barrier. The perception that that doesn't belong to me and that I don't belong there. And all of the stuff that we do day in and day out, whether it's programming, whether it's arts education, whether it's through our hiring processes, whatever it is, everything needs to chip away at that perception that a place like Arts Commons or a place like Lincoln Center doesn't belong to the people of the city that surround it. So that's incredibly important for me to think about from a community perspective. The other thing, so that's sort of the macro idea. The interest, el dulce de leche es argentino. That's what he's saying. In Mexico, it's something else. It's not dulce de leche. Sorry, ay, sayonara, you just threw me off entirely. Okay, I had a plan for my keynote, and now all I can think about is dulce de leche. But so there's another sense of community that I grapple with all the time, which is the community that lives within Arts Commons. And as I said earlier, Arts Commons as an ecosystem was modeled after the Lincoln Center ecosystem in New York. And for those of you that may not be aware, so Lincoln Center is the 16-acre campus on the Upper West Side of New York, and underneath the umbrella of Lincoln Center, you have 11 organizations that are world-class. You have the Metropolitan Opera, you have the New York City Ballet, New York City New York City Philharmonic, Juilliard, and that's a community unto itself. And when I think about the role that a performing arts center has to play within a city, and the role it has in supporting artists and arts organizations, I think we need to lean into it completely differently. And I'll give you an example that is funny, although it wasn't funny at the time. We would bring together these 11 organizations. Again, some of the most powerful organizations in the world, artistic organizations in the world, being led by some of the most powerful arts leaders in the world. And we would say to them, as Lincoln Center, the umbrella company, we would say, guys, if we could agree on a single toilet paper vendor amongst all of us, we would collectively save millions of dollars a year. Toilet paper. If we can figure out toilet paper, imagine if we could figure out ticketing and marketing and fundraising. Imagine all the ways in which we could find efficiencies and support each other, because if we run our businesses better, that means we're supporting more artists. And if we're supporting more artists, we're supporting more audiences. And it creates this trickle effect that really begs you to ask the question, why are we doing what we're doing? And when I moved, so that's something that's been ingrained in me, is that the model for a performing arts center is to be able to talk about shared efficiencies and shared economies of scale and shared efficiencies, not only because it makes sense for the company, but if we have all of our ducks in order, then we're really talking about serving the community better. And a performing arts center can do that, as opposed to having all these different disparate companies around the city. And I know that cSpace does that because you are this hub where you are supporting a community of artists and a community of organizations. We're not that different at Arts Commons or at Lincoln Center. But when we don't work well together, it hurts us individually and it hurts our ability to serve the Calgarians that we want to serve collectively. And when I first moved to Calgary, there are two things that I noticed. The first thing I noticed was, oh my God, there is such an amazing richness of arts organizations within this city. I think Calgary must have the most theater companies per capita than any major city in North America. And that's amazing. And we should celebrate that and we should protect it. The second thing I noticed about Calgary is that it was clear to me that this community had been built in times of plenty. And what I mean by that, and I've come to learn about the oil and gas industry and how it's had a ripple effect and a domino effect in every area of Calgary's life, but it was clear to me that this community this rich community of arts organizations had been built in times when times were good and money was flowing and corporate sponsorship was big. And the only reason why I'm able to pick up on that, even though I never lived here at the time, is because the remnants of that is still alive. And the way I see it is, you have small and mid-sized organizations that are carrying such an administrative burden. And I'm thinking to myself, if these two companies got together, and I'm not talking about merging, I'm not talking about companies going out or being taken over, but if we find ways of working better together and collaborating so that we can start taking away the burden that every company has a history of carrying, then all of a sudden when times get tough, the question doesn't become, oh, you need to go out of business because you don't know how to operate in the way that you've always operated. The question becomes, how do we change and right-size our business model so that you can continue to thrive as an arts organization or as an artist and not have to worry about the things that you've always had to worry about. And so when I think about the impact that COVID has had on the arts community here and arts communities around the world, I think to myself, man, Arts Commons and cSpace were designed as homes where arts can happen and artists can thrive and arts organizations can do the work that they've been designed to do and not have to worry about all the things that come with running their own venue or running their own payroll or what have you. And so when I moved here, and I saw this within the confines of Arts Commons, and I'll give you a couple of examples as to what I mean by the transformation of Arts Commons internally. And if we can transform internally, then I'm super excited about what will come from the new building. But if we can't transform internally, then I'm very worried that we're scaling up a dysfunctional model. And so that's the sense of community that I want to talk about. And my sense is that if there are things that I am learning within the microcosm of Arts Commons, are some of the things, you know, could we share those lessons with the broader community? So for example, when I first got there, and let's be real, there was a lot, for those of you that don't know, there was a lot of tension behind the relationships within the Arts Commons building. We had been designed as a performing arts center, but we had never behaved like a performing arts center. And I'll give you one perfect example. When I first joined in 2020, I remember going to, at the time, Paul Jornian, the wonderful former CEO of the Calgary Phil, and I remember saying to Paul, why would you have an 85-year-old patron park in the parkade and walk 2 city blocks within our facility to get to your box office, and in doing so, walk by 3 perfectly well-functioning box offices that are operated by somebody else? That makes, I mean, listen, I understand why there's baggage, but I'm also, as the new kid, I'm gonna ask the questions that to me just seem easy. Why would you have somebody schlep way too long of a distance when they could have purchased tickets earlier? Why would you not want to increase points of sale? Because if we get our ducks in a row, here's what happens. And this is not about Alex wanting to take over Arts Commons or take over the world. This is literally about providing opportunities and inviting people to partner together that benefits everybody. Because right now, as a community, I will be the first one to say, as an arts community within Arts Commons, we're leaving money on the table, right? We're not functioning as efficiently as we could. And the second thing is, if we work better together, then there's a phrase that I love, which is, and it's not mine, so you don't give me credit for it, but the idea is cultural promiscuity. Consumers today operate on a basis of cultural promiscuity. They don't care if it's the Calgary Phil, they don't care if it's Theatre Calgary, they don't care if it's Arts Commons, they want to see what they want to see when they want to see it, and they don't care who's producing it or presenting it. I don't care, I just want to go see a good show. And so this idea that within a building like Arts Commons, when we're firing on all cylinders, we can literally be presenting 2,000 events per year. Historically, those 2,000 events per year have been chasing the same 50,000 Calgarians. That makes no sense. When we have an inventory the size of 2,000 events per year, which by the way is not that far behind from a place like Lincoln Center, but when we have 2,000 events per year to play with collectively, how are we being smart and strategic so that we are being more things to more people? And if we can create more entry points into the ecosystem and the community that is Arts Commons, then if Miguel came to go see a show at Theatre Calgary, I could say to you, hey, if you love this show at Theatre Calgary, go check out the show at the Calgary Phil. It's the Netflix model. If you like this, go check out that. And we can do it within the building if we are connected from an operational perspective. So that's just one small example, which I think is such low-hanging fruit of saying, how do we operate better together, not just for the efficiencies that we can find and the money that organizations can save, and all of a sudden we are finding new ways for you to run a more efficient business, and in doing so, appeal to a larger audience and making it easier for them to consume the art form. And as I say this out loud, I think to myself, well, that makes perfect sense. Why can't we do it? And there are many reasons, right? And the devil's in the details. But again, as the new kid who's been locked up for 2 years, I feel like I need to ask the question. We're getting there. And I've made it very clear, at least to our community within Arts Commons, that if we can't get this right, then we don't deserve that building. We don't deserve whatever transformation is coming our way, which is why we need to change things now. So, how am I doing on time? Because I could keep on going. Okay. So that's the idea of building a community, and literally at a place like Arts Commons, that is it's our responsibility, it's our mandate. Much like for Dieter at cSpace, if you didn't have the community that came and made this place such a vibrant community, this beautiful building would mean nothing to Calgary. And so for us, it's super important that we start asking these questions. How do we work better together? How do we start breaking down the silos within our community at Arts Commons? How do we embrace the complexity of who we are, right? Because when I present this to the organizations and when I bring these ideas to the table, They say, I love it, but all of a sudden, people were going to perceive us as being Arts Commons. And I was like, well, let's talk about that. How do we embrace the complexity of who we are in a way that allows Calgarians to have a single patron experience, so that regardless of what you're coming to see, it's a high-quality show with a high-quality patron experience that at the same time honors the work that you are meant to do as a company and honors the work of the artists. So there's this sense of, and I can't prove it yet, but my sense is that there's this resistance because it's never been done before. And if there's one phrase that blows my mind that I have no time for, it's the phrase, well, we've always done it this way. And the phrase, we've always done it this way, clearly has not served us, clearly has not served the Calgary artist community, clearly has not served the Calgary growing audience of arts. And I just sense that there's this siloed community within Calgary. That's my perception as somebody that's been locked up for 2 years. So it's, you know, it may be a faulty perception. But as we reemerge from COVID, there are things within Arts Commons that we are trying so desperately to do different. And my question for this group is, are the things that we are trying to tackle within that microcosm of a community, are they similar to the things that we should be tackling as a citywide community of arts organizations? Should we be finding better ways of working together? Not just for the benefit of our own businesses, but for the benefit of the artist community, for the benefit of the audiences. Are there ways in which we need to be working better together? Are there shared services and economies of scale? Does all of a sudden this need to collaborate find new value propositions for places like cSpace and Arts Commons where, you know, organizations can be a part of these communities and understand, well, I don't have to worry about turning the lights on in the building because that's Dieter's job or that's Alex's job, so we can focus on creating the works of art that people expect from us. So one of the goals that I would love to have, I know that I have for Arts Commons, is for the transformation not just to be physical, but to be philosophical and emotional and programmatic. And so I wanted to share that with you all today because I think it's important that any chance I get, I share that, because we're getting a lot of press about Arts Commons transformation. We will continue to get more press, and I'm happy to talk about that project specifically. But it's more important for me to stand here and say that that transformation is not just a new building. It cannot just be a new building. It needs to be how we work better together. And if there's anything that I can learn from the larger arts community, or if there's anything that I can share from the struggles and opportunities that have presented themselves within that way of thinking within Arts Commons, then I think this will have been a time well spent. Again, I feel like I know what I'm doing within the confines of our building, but we need to reach out beyond that community. We need to be asking questions, engaging in conversations, and then ultimately sharing our mistakes, sharing our successes, because if that's the way of the future, which I hope it is, in terms of a place like, you know, these big, beautiful venues that are hubs for activity, I'm not responsible for the activity. The community is. One of the things that worried me the most around COVID was that, you know, COVID would one day be gone, and the artist community will have left Calgary, right? Because the gig economy was drying up. And we were seeing that in every major city around the world and certainly North America. And as a performing arts center, my biggest fear is that we would ride out the wave, all of a sudden COVID would be gone, we'd open up our doors again, and there's no artist community left in Calgary. Because if that happened, then we have no purpose. We have no artistry to show off. We have no voices to elevate. We have no communities to engage with. And I see ourselves as the intersection of a Venn diagram between artists, audiences, arts organizations, and we see that through the lens of artistic responsibilities and civic responsibilities. But if we are not nurturing those relationships, it doesn't matter how cool our building looks, it doesn't matter what technology we have. So again, these are the priorities that are important to me right now. These are the big questions that I'm asking of us, of Arts Commons. And these are questions that I cannot answer by myself, so I'm thrilled that we have a community of artists and organizations in the building. I'm thrilled that we have such a vibrant arts community around Calgary, and so I need your input, I need your advice, and I think I'll leave it there, and I know that I'm happy to answer any questions specifically about anything that you might be interested in knowing about, but I really want to pose the question to you all: how do we do it? We're literally about to embark on the single largest cultural infrastructure project in Canadian history, in recent Canadian history. When Arts Commons is done with the expansion, we will have more square footage than the Louvre Museum in Paris. If building that without engaging the community throughout the process is not only dangerous, it's irresponsible. So knowing that Calgary is home to what is potentially the most exciting cultural infrastructure project in Canada, one of my goals is to say the single largest philanthropic gift to the performing arts will be made in Calgary through this project. It won't be in Canada, it won't be in Toronto, it won't be in Montreal, it won't be in Vancouver, it will be in Calgary. We are deserving of that as a community, but I can't get up there and Arts Commons can't start going to all these meetings and presentations if we are not doing it on behalf of the community. So now that I can finally get out of my house, 2 years later, I'm taking every opportunity I can to ask the question, how can we better serve this community? What do you need from us? And how do we start the conversation of what it means to transform the arts community so that if and when that transformation happens, the new Arts Commons is an embodiment of who we all want to be as opposed to who we have been for the last 20 years. So I will stop there. I hope what I said made sense. I am still convinced that dulce de leche is from Argentina. So anyways, I'm happy to open the floor. This really is about having a conversation rather than just me spewing out into an audience. Thank you. Yes. Okay, I will let Miguel facilitate. Yeah.
Thank you for all that. Thank you for the new groundwork that you're trying to establish. And I'm excited to see what happens in the next coming years. Okay, forgive me if I'm a little bit wet here, okay, but there's, having not been born in Calgary, having lived here in Calgary, forgive me, I hope this doesn't come across as a judgment thing, but I think it's that what you're talking about, remnants of the oil and gas money and the corporatization funding it, and a certain class of people having access to the arts.
Mm-hmm.
That has ingrained, I think, to what Patti was speaking about this morning, you know, how do we get every Calgarian to think of themselves as creative and participating in the arts? That has created a lot of barriers and made what you just said, you know, like, I don't belong there.
Mm-hmm.
The perception of I don't belong there. That, and the judgment point here is that because of that remnants, there's a top echelon culture in Calgary. That we will go and support the Glenbows, we'll go and support the Theatre Calgary's, but the indie theater company, no.
Mm-hmm.
Or the indie artist, no. The community artist, no. You know? And so and
Yeah.
the irony of this is that it's called Arts Commons.
Oh, it's a huge irony. Yeah.
Commons, where you lock up your bathrooms.
Yeah.
Where anytime no one's looking out the door to Olympic Plaza and going, oh, look what population is right here. A lot of racialized people, a lot of people with drug addictions, a lot of homeless, people in poverty, but they're not allowed in that building.
Yeah.
So I'm curious.
Oh, I love this question. Yeah.
I'm curious how the development, I mean, again, you don't have answers.
I have an answer. No, I have an answer. Yeah.
Like, and all of us as artists too, I think it's like we need to start thinking, I don't know, I'm being a bit soapbox here, but like,
Yeah.
is how do we get at the root and the welcoming as opposed to the top echelon making it?
Yeah. So I'll preface this by saying that in my mind, there are two kinds of activisms, right? There's the activism that blows stuff up, and there's the activism that changes. Maybe it's for my own self-preservation. I choose the activism that changes. because it means that I can play the game in a way that changes, that leads to systemic change. And what I'll say to that is, the biggest issue, and it's actually it's more apparent in the United States, because in the United States, the arts community is overly dependent on the private sector. So if you think things were bad with oil and gas here, the US is like 10 times worse. But what I will say is that the mainstream arts, or places like Arts Commons, the established arts organizations, we have become a place where the arts have been we have become a place where the arts are a luxury good that are overconsumed by too few people. Overconsumed by too few people is important to say, because financially we're fine as long as we keep catering to the same 50,000 Calgarians. The position that we are in, that I'm in, that Arts Commons is in, and the Glenbow, and the National Music Center, and people that have access to a community, whether it's a philanthropic community, whether it's a sponsorship community, we have the ability and the responsibility to leverage those relationships and say, you are now funding a different organization that is structured differently. So I still want to fundraise $450 million to redo Arts Commons, but I don't want that money to be funneled into a system that has never benefited the indie artist community. So how does all of us, and again, a place like Arts Commons, when we have 2,000 events per year, there's no reason why we can't have the Lea Salongas and these rock concerts, and at the same time be featuring local artists. The other thing that we have is a diversity of venue sizes. That's unique to a performing arts center. We have a diversity of venue sizes that nobody's benefiting from, right? So there are all these ways in which we can leverage our privilege and what that means with the funding community, and to say, you are funding our ability to engage local artists. You are funding our ability. So I'll give you an example. When COVID started, there were two things we were hearing. One of them was, as an audience member, people were sick and tired of consuming things digitally. And I agree. If I had to sit through another staged reading on Zoom, forget it. So we were hearing that people were tired, and there was like digital consumption fatigue. The other thing we were hearing is that the gig economy was drying up. So my team and I got together and said, okay, listen, what can we do to help, even in the smallest way possible, attack this issue? And we came up with this outdoor concert series, right? Last year alone, we had over 100 concert series in all 4 quadrants, where we hired local musicians to perform in their neighborhoods under the banner of Arts Commons. That Arts Commons experience wasn't people coming to the Jack Singer Concert Hall. That Arts Commons experience for them was going to their park in their neighborhood and watching an artist that lived amongst them perform for them. And we were able to fundraise a whole heck of a lot, and tens of thousands of dollars just flowed through us into the artist community at that time. That is a small example of what we can be doing more of, to leverage the relationships we have with corporate Calgary, to philanthropy and foundations, to be able to say, fund us, and this money will go to the community. And what I will say, the perception is changing. It used to be 10 years ago that we would get a lot of money to bring in an international act. We will always probably still do that. But the desire to support local artists is there. And people, you know, and funders and government agencies and corporations, they trust a place like Arts Commons because of the brand recognition. So because we're at that intersection, it's dependent on us to say, how do we leverage those relationships and make sure that that money is being funneled into the local artist community? And we created the TD Incubator. Like, I can give you examples of how we're slowly starting to chip away at it, because we can. The second thing you brought up is the Olympic Plaza. And that, I was in a meeting last week with the mayor and the Calgary Police Service. Fascinating for reasons I won't get into because I'm being recorded. But one of the things we talked about was, I keep on talking about the permeability of Arts Commons. I keep on talking about the success of Arts Commons, whether it's physical or philosophical, is that we need to be permeable. If we're going to expect people to come to us, we need to be willing to go to them. The issue right now is, and this is what I brought up with at that meeting, we have been designed as a bunker. We throw resources at protecting the perimeter of our bunker, which is the exact opposite of talking about porosity. That needs to change. And we want to lead that change, but we need the help of City Council and the police service and counseling services, and because it's not just us that can do that. But what I said to them is, I can either throw $500 million in terms of capital infrastructure project to double down on securing the bunker, or we can throw a lot of money at trying to ask the right question, which is how do we open this up, and meaningfully. And there was somebody at that meeting that said that Calgary's been historically very good at hiding its problems. So the problems that we see now in Olympic Plaza are not new, they've always been there. COVID has just revealed them. And so we have an opportunity, Calgary has an opportunity, Arts Commons has an opportunity through the design phase to tackle this not in a way that shoves this under the rug or makes it somebody else's problem, but we can actually say, how do we redesign this differently so that it's not a bunker? And I'll give you an example. All of the amenities right now within Arts Commons, whether it's washrooms, like bars, restaurants, 90% of them are confined to the venues that are in that building. The only way for you to have an Arts Commons experience today is if you bought a ticket to a show. We need to flip that model. The question that I'm asking our architecture team is, how can we design a building whereby people can have a cultural experience whether or not they bought a ticket? The design of our current the design of the current Arts Commons is based on the question, how fast can we get somebody from their car into their seat? I'm like, the people that decided to buy a ticket to our shows 3 months ago are not the people that I need to convince to like us. I'm preaching to the choir. How do I get the passerby, or how do I get the people that are hanging out in Olympic Plaza, the people that are going to lunch downtown, how do I get them to want to come in? I'd rather make it easier on them than make it easier on the person that bought a ticket online 2 weeks ago and knows they already want to come. So it's a paradigm shift in terms of how do we design our building. One of the things we are hoping to achieve is an integration with a redesign of Olympic Plaza so that you don't know when Olympic Plaza ends and Arts Commons begins. But if we're going to put that forward, Calgary needs to answer, we need to be willing collectively to have some much bigger conversations around what it means. So that's why we're talking to the counseling center, we're talking to the drop-in center, we're talking to the CPS, we're talking to the city. We want to do this, we have an opportunity to do this. I don't want to shy away from it. I don't want to spend $450 million doubling down on building a bunker whose perimeter we protect. We want to be open, but we need everybody's help to have the right conversation. So I don't have an answer to that, but I do know that we need to start thinking that way, and we need to start grappling with the conversation that comes from thinking that way. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Let's go another big applause to Alex Arian, President and CEO of Arts Commons. We are going to proceed with the next panel. We have an amazing panel moving forward together, what we have learned building. We are just going to put the seating properly here, and we are continuing immediately, basically, like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Okay, we are going to start. Are you ready?
We get a front row seat.
What's that? There is one more.
We're going to be a front row seat for you.
Oh, nice. Good company.
Sure.
The oud is still off. My instrument.
Are we ready, Brandon? We're live? Okay. That's great. Thank you very much for your patience. And we are going to continue with the program. We have an amazing presentation today. I'm very sure you are going to witness that in a few minutes. Let me introduce all the group that is with here in the stage. The presentation is Moving Forward Together, What We Have Learned, Building Our Collective Future by Bear Creatives. The team of Bear Creatives will present some reflections on their key learnings from the pandemic and how we can leverage and apply those learnings to building the future of our city in collaboration. We have a moderator today, Kaylee Basil, that is the principal consultant with Bear Creatives, and we have today Leah Naikin, Alberta University of the Arts and consultant with Bear Creatives. And we have Cowboy Smith, artist community building, and Bear Creatives guest curator. We are going to have a special presentation. In fact, we are going to start with the presentation by Aya that Kaylee is going to present. But let me tell you briefly about Bear Creatives. Bear Creatives is a full-service creative consultancy that specializes in strategy for initiatives and businesses with the creative economy, moving clients' vision seamlessly from inception through planning, implementation, and completion. Over the last 2 years, our city has reimagined how we can move forward and adapt. From drive-in concerts to community pop-ups, our community has demonstrated that anything is possible through collaboration and creativity. So I welcome Bear Creatives, and I leave you with Kaylee.
Oh, I can. I'm double mic'd. This is wonderful. Yeah, before we start, most of everything Bird Creatives does is centered first and foremost around the creative economy and the arts. And so when we start our work, we really put an emphasis on the importance of creativity and approaching problems in new ways. And artists are the pros at that. And so we had to take this opportunity to start off our panel today with a performance from Aya Mana. So I met Aya, is this 3 years ago now that you won the CCIS New Canadian Artist Award? So that's a program that Bird Creatives helps administer with Calgary Arts Development. And so her nomination came across my desk and she won the award, and I've been finding excuses to work with her ever since. But we're gonna start off with a few songs from her to just get us centered for our conversation today.
Thank you, Kelly. That's such an honor. Actually, I'm very blessed to be here, and I want to thank Greg, who joins me today. Actually, we want to emphasize the causes that you're talking about, and we're going to try spread some love, empathy, caring around us, in spite of the ugly side of what's going on in the world. So this piece is called Cities of Sand, and I composed this piece, and it was streamed in a festival in Vancouver, actually. Like, the purpose of it to like say loudly that we're still connected with the nature, with the environment. Like, regardless that we're living in a very modern city, but we wanna stay connected to our nature. I think my instrument is still off. It's not loud enough, then it can like occupy well without a mic. Still off. Should I start without? Okay, then let's. Okay. No.
This one.
Perfect. So much. Okay.
You can improvise or be flexible?
Yes, being flexible. I'm not very strict. Okay, perfect. So this brings the feelings of the Eastern keys and music. Thank you. Could you tell that it wasn't tuned a little bit? All good. It's the climate's fault. Calgary's fault. Are you enjoying? So this small piece is called Lights of Hope, actually just to reflect on the beautiness we have, trying to make our world as a better place to live in. I composed the melody and Paya Salim has written the lyrics. In a world consumed by darkness, we linger in the light of hope. We sing the long forgotten songs of love. We stand together for a better day to come. In a world consumed by darkness, we linger in the light of hope. We sing the long forgotten songs of love. We stand together for a better day to come. We paint the world with the colors of peace. We paint the world with the colors of peace. We paint the world with the colors of peace. We paint the world with the colors of peace. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. في عالم غريق في الظلمة ينقذنا خيط الأمل. نغني للمحبة ونجتهد في العمل. في عالم غارق في الظلمة ينقذنا خيط الأمل. نغني للمحبة ونجتهد في العمل. ونلون العالم بألوان السلام. نلون العالم بألوان السلام. نلون العالم بألوان السلام. ها ها ها. ها لا لا. لا 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 لا. لا 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 لا. لا ها ها ها. Thank you.
Am I just loud? I'm not on. I'm just How about now? Oh, look at that. Thank you, Aya, so much for coming and sharing your music with us. Before we kind of dive into it, we always start most of the work we do in sessions with a land acknowledgement. I know that and a prayer has been done already today. But Cowboy Smith has some really good insight that he's been sharing with me in some of the other projects that we're working on what the evolution of the land acknowledgement could look like. And so I'd just like him to share that with us for a second, and we'll provide a little bit of personal context to that. So I know there's a lot of microphones over there, probably one you can choose from. Speaker's choice. And it works.
Is this on? Are you there? Can you hear me? Okay, Nixikwa, Nestuana Goki Kakskitwa, Kit Siximat Simpua Mochkinsis. My name is Cowboy Smith. I come from the Miawakbik Sis clan of the Bikani Nation of the Blackfoot Confederacy and the Motospitax clan of Gaina, another member of the Blackfoot Confederacy. So I want to thank Kaylee for inviting me out, and of course Casa Mexico for hosting this event. Beautiful music, by the way. I want to acknowledge the beautiful. One more round of applause for this beautiful music that kicked it off for us. So I've been having a lot of conversations with different institutions, different organizations about this land acknowledgement thing. I heard the first land acknowledgement ever in my life back in 2005. I was in how do I say it? It's Squamish, that's the proper way of saying Squamish territory, Coast Salish territory, the Tsleil-Waututh, the Burrard. This is in Vancouver. Downtown Vancouver is an arts event similar to this one, and they did a land acknowledgement, and they acknowledged the different territories of the area in Greater Vancouver. And I was like, okay, what is this all about? I've never heard this thing before. What is going on? Tell me more. And I thought to myself, okay, well, what would a land acknowledgement sound like back home? Obviously, it would have something pertaining to Treaty 7. There would be a connection to the different First Nations in this area, the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Tsuut'ina, the Stoney Nakoda. I didn't know about Métis Region 3 till about 3 years ago, so I was wondering, okay, well, what is the point of these land acknowledgements? What is it actually, what do they mean? And there's a lot of running jokes out there about, it's one thing to acknowledge the land, it's another thing to give it back. Two totally different conversations. So what I've been telling people, organizations, one big institution, the Calgary Board of Education, had a big conversation with their superintendents and their leading brass about how if we're going to do these land acknowledgements where they're not just verbatim, by rote, performative, is to be accountable to them. And one simple way you can be accountable to these land acknowledgements, you can, read off what your organization has signed off on. That's cool, just to keep things in order, keep things copacetic. But then I think it's important for the individual who is delivering the land acknowledgement to share a little bit of themselves. That's how you be accountable to these land acknowledgements, and how you share a little bit of yourself as you talk about your connection to the community, to the people of the land, which we as Niitsitapi, as Blackfoot people, we're an extension of the land. We are the voice of the land. If you want to know what this land sounds like or what language it speaks Blackfoot. And that's how I introduced myself at the beginning of my introduction. So what I'm encouraging institutions and organizations and MCs and people who host these types of events is just share a little bit about your personal experience with somebody from the land. It could be a young person, it could be a friend of yours, it could be an elder. A lot of elders have shared many stories, shared a piece of themselves with you on different occasions. And it just makes it more personal. It also ties in an answer I have to Alex's earlier question about how do we do this? How do we, get past all of these interesting challenges that we're faced here in Treaty 7? And I've been saying the same answer to that question forever, since I heard that first land acknowledgement back in 2005. Embrace Treaty 7. It is, you are a treaty, if you live here in Calgary, if you go to sleep here, if you play beautiful music here, if you enjoy dinner here, and if you watch great shows here, Arts Commons, you are a Treaty 7 person. On September 22nd, 1877, at Blackfoot Crossing, we had a pipe ceremony. It was called Inestseason, where the Crown, North Westmoreland Police, delegates from each of the First Nations in the area, the chiefs, the leaders, the clan heads, they all smoked this pipe and ratified the spirit and intent of Inestsi, which is we are to be here supporting each other through difficult times. At that time, we were going through a pandemic. We were going through smallpox and measles pandemics. There was starvation, ecocide of the buffalo. You want to talk about economic downturn? For Indigenous people, that was our stock market crash, was when all of these things started happening to us. So what we needed to do is our ancestors, thankfully they chose peace over war, decided to bring the Inestsi pipe to this treaty signing at Blackfoot Crossing in 1877. We are all Treaty 7 people. We have to remember that. We have to renew our relationship with that, and we can do that every time we do these land acknowledgements. And if we want to, and that's something that not even Edmonton has that. Edmonton's Treaty 6, completely different story. I can't speak to Wetaskiwin, I can't speak to their pipe ceremony, but I can speak to Inestseason, which is a very powerful, it only comes out once in a million blue moons, and I can say it's very rare. And it came out that day, and the Blackfoot Confederacy, just so you know for you, his history buffs, never once have we ever been defeated by any military force. I dare you to try and find a battle, a war, whatever, it's never happened. We laid our arms down. I'm a big dude, I'm 6'4", I walk in a room, people are either scared or they want to give me a big hug. I can't quite tell by the looks on people's faces. But the reality is, I'm actually the runt of the litter. I'm very small compared to the ancient Blackfoot. We're big cats, and we never went looking for trouble. Everybody always wanted to come prove themselves against us. You can ask any adjacent tribe. We never went looking for any fights. They always came to us. Long story short, we are in peaceful times now. We are benefiting from that treaty. This stone here, the sandstone that's on this building, there's a bunch of buildings in the city like this. The Grain Exchange, there's a bunch of them. This sandstone is actually from a buffalo jump that was harvested from where Cliff Bungalow is right now. So when my elders see these buildings, they're kind of taken a little bit aback by that direct disruption of our way of life, to disrupt these buffalo jump sites that were turned into these types of buildings. So our contribution economically, spiritually, and culturally to the Treaty 7 identity has been copious. And one way we can be more accountable to that sacrifice is in these land acknowledgements by being accountable to them. Kaylee.
Well, and so as the person who's moderating or leading this panel, I'll just share a personal experience that I've had, and I think it's really appropriate for today. You might have noticed that we are missing one of our original panelists today. So Toyin Aladele, she has a family emergency that she's dealing with today, and so she couldn't be here with us. But through my participation in organizing and attending the Asinikiks dinner series, I guess this would have been pre-pandemic, leading right into the pandemic. Sokokoto, Elder Randy Bottle always said before those dinner series that everyone who's here is supposed to be here. And so it just kind of works out. And so Aya's going to stay on the stage and offer the artist perspective today for us. And even, jumping or springing off from a lot of what Alex was talking about, we want to talk about what we've learned from the pandemic, some of the gifts that have been given to us and opportunities that we've identified and learned from throughout the last 2 years, and how we hope to move forward from that collectively to build our collective future. And so a little bit about Bird Creatives. I'm originally an artist. Before I was a business consultant and went to business school, I was a practicing artist. I was a touring folk musician. I played the Edmonton Canmore Folk Festival. I was in a commercial country band for years. And all through that time, I love music. I have such a passion for it. I'm always going to be a musician. But I've always had one foot on the artistic side and one foot on the community building side. And one of the things I found as an artist is that you have to be so resourceful. You're always looking at, what's the next opportunity and how do I position myself here to get on this stage or on this opening slot for this artist. And that's really exciting and it can be really fun. But for myself, I did, and we're talking a lot about silos today, is that when you are making or earning your living as an artist, as much as you're a part of a larger community, because of the grit and stamina and focus that takes, I found it to be quite siloing. I felt like I was very focused on the advancement of my career, the advancement of what it meant to be a professional musician, specifically in commercial country music. And I really missed working on the community building side of things. But one thing that it did for me is I am pretty scrappy, I'm pretty resourceful, and I am always solutions orientated. I'm always working towards how do I get to the yes. So not only in my own career as an artist, I also approach that with my clients, my team members, and figuring out how, this is a pretty precarious situation, but how do we put our brains together to think of a new way to move forward and to advance? And so fast forward to the pandemic, I was a independent consultant, but all of a sudden my skills were in high demand. And I don't think that my clients thought, oh, the skills of an artist are in high demand necessarily at that time. But little did they know, my willingness to come to the table and continually, look towards a yes or a solution and bring people together really did reside in this desire for community building, not wanting to be siloed, and also just looking at situations in a creative way that maybe typical consultants wouldn't, because I have that artistic background. And so, yeah, the opportunity that presented itself is because my skills started to become in higher demand, and I didn't have time to work on all the projects that my clients wanted me to, and so I got to build my dream team. And so with me today are Leah Nacken, who she started off as a research assistant working on the creative economy strategy work for us, and then through fostering the talent pipeline and working with her on that project, I learned more and more about her. She's currently in illustration at the Alberta University for Art and Design, and she is, oh, sorry, that's wrong. It's not ACAD anymore, is it? It's Alberta University of the Arts. I knew I made a mistake. And so then she started doing design work for us. And, Cowboy Smith, like our work with Chinook Blast, he was one of our guest curators this year. And so I've really been able to find kind of this dream spot of being able to work in community to find solutions and collaborate with really talented people and move the needle on a few things, I think, in really difficult times. And so I know that we are running a little bit behind schedule today, so I don't want to get, I want to kind of get to the questions and just get the insights from these really talented people that are on the stage and just, have a general conversation about what were some of the things that we did learn during the pandemic? What were some opportunities that presented themselves and how we can move forward? So maybe I'll start with you, Leah, and just talk about, what was a new way of doing things that you found to be, interesting or new in the pandemic?
Yeah, I guess I'll start with Cowboy and just acknowledging a little bit about the land. I moved here from Edmonton, Misquachie-Waskagon, in 2019, and I started at the Alberta University of the Arts, and this was right before the pandemic was about to hit. And I remember one of the first kind of community interactions I had was with the Lodgepole Centre at AU Arts, and having potluck and film night with the elders and the Indigenous community there kind of made me feel a little less shaky about being in a completely new place, even though it's not that far away from home. It was kind of my first time on my own. And with my work at Bird Creatives and the work that I want to do as an artist, to give back to the community and give back to the people of the land, that is something that kind of is directly tied to the work that we're doing at Bird, directly tied to my goals, like I said, as an artist. And I think, coming out of the pandemic, community is one of the most significant factors that kind of got us through these difficult times, and we're not quite out of it yet. But some of the things that we started a conversation of how we can do things differently to build community, maintain community. And one of the first initiatives that Bird Creatives was engaged with was the Rise Up Community Pop-Ups. And those were a series of concerts that I think Alex spoke to earlier, where we went out into communities all across Calgary, and we got local artists, and we got food trucks of local food vendors, and we got members of the community in those neighborhoods to come out. And a lot of it happened organically because it was kind of an ad hoc thing. People didn't really know what it was, and it was just in a park or, you know, a local venue in a neighborhood, and it just piqued people's interest. And, you know, how could we build a community in a time where people were feeling disconnected, and we had socially distant concerts, and we had food, and it kind of got people to feel like, you know, they weren't alone in a time that was so difficult and quite frankly dangerous. And that kind of directed a lot of the policy that came out of, we created a COVID policy guideline and a couple addendums that led into some of our future event planning. And as things were changing with Alberta Health and all of the updates that we were getting for COVID guidelines, that kind of was our guiding star in how we were making sure that we were engaging with local artists who were struggling at the time, and making sure that members of the community weren't feeling like they were alone. So that was kind of one of the big things that we started off with.
Thanks, Leah. And you know, the interesting thing that I'll point out is that there were lots of really great ideas going around, a lot of which aren't, you know, necessarily original to the person. So we, at the same time as I think Arts Commons, were both doing simultaneous community pop-ups throughout the summer. And so it's one of those things where you talk about building efficiencies. How do we work together? If we've got the same resources and are working towards the same mutually beneficial outcomes for our community, let's work on that together. And so obviously some of those opportunities, they only become apparent after the fact. But that's one of the things that I think, you know, for Bird specifically, the mission that we always talk about around our table is building a community where everyone belongs and is invited and empowered to participate. And I think that, you know, stems back from being an artist and feeling siloed. I always wanted to be a part of community and feel like I was invited to perform and participate in my community in a meaningful and a collaborative way. But also recognizing that, you know, people want to participate on their own terms too. And so whatever that looks like for the individual, the organization, that's what we want to help empower. And so during the pandemic, that kind of became our mission, because we saw so many organizations, so many artists across sectors not know how they could move forward. And so as Leah's talking to developing a COVID protocol guidebook, we were also working with, you know, the tourism industry and the sports sector on advocating for a common set of protocols that would perhaps allow us to move forward, and use that in our advocacy documents to help influence when and how decisions were made, because I know we were all feeling at many points like, who is making these decisions and how is this logical? Am I the only one who's saying that? Anyways, so I think it really goes to the core of what we were doing. And so that was our position, was just looking at, okay, this is really precarious, and how can we help, you know, these organizations, specifically in the arts, but also across sectors, to collaborate to move all of our needs and all of our, you know, like our desired outcomes forward that we wanted to see, which was basically, you know, getting back to work in a really safe way. Cowboy, I'll pass it to you. So what was an opportunity that presented itself to you in the pandemic, or a key learning?
There were a million of them. And when we did our preamble for this, do you have notes from what I said? I have, like, I can talk all day. I mean,
I do have notes.
Yeah, so if you just remind me what I said in our pre-interview here, because I'll speak to that only. Because I learned a million things. I learned how to plant trees, for crying out loud. It's my new passion.
Well, I think something that would be really interesting for you to talk about is how we approach. Well, this is interesting, but how we, you know, approach things differently. And I know digital was used so heavily for a number of organizations. Probably the theater here, we're streaming today, and I think that's really that came out. that was a really interesting outcome, I think, of the pandemic, not only for a way to still connect with your audience, you know, in some way throughout the pandemic, but even during Chinook Blast, when we were able to do things in person, we still wanted to keep the digital aspect because there's a whole accessibility question around that. And so, you know, especially when you're looking at the more vulnerable populations who aren't ready to come out, who maybe can't be triple vaxxed or whatnot, how are we still connecting and inviting them to participate on their terms, having those options available? And so, Cowboy, I've learned so much about the digital world and NFTs and blockchain from you in the last year. My brain's going to explode. But why don't you talk a little bit about that?
So we don't know what's coming next, right? This COVID thing blindsided everybody. It just absolutely blew everything out of the water. I had big plans, of course we all did, for 2020. 2021 came along, it was murky. Now we're coming out of the COVID thaw here again. So in that hibernation time, when we're all doing Zoom meetings, I probably had a million of those things like everybody else, I started digging into, you know, deeper into my passion for the blockchain technologies, which includes cryptocurrencies and NFTs, all of that stuff that's happening. It's still pretty new, we're still in early adoption mode. There's a big learning curve for a lot of people in that space. But I believe if we, you know, in talking about connecting and building community and getting closer and aligning our intentions, looking for that aggregate efficiency across many sectors, I feel if we build the right infrastructure in that metaverse, in that Web3, whatever that is, I'm still trying to wrap my head around whatever Web3 is, that if we do have another pandemic, another virus comes along and shuts us down again, instead of going back into hibernation, back into Zoom mode, I feel like the technology is like, it's almost there, we're close. There's really great platforms like Decentraland, Sandbox, some really cool stuff happening in VR. Our Treaty 7 NFT gallery is on the spatial platform. You guys can put on goggles or use your phone and check out all the art that we curated from Treaty 7 artists on that platform. But I feel like if we do build infrastructure, we don't have to stop the show. We don't have to push pause. We can stay inside, obey whatever the restrictions may be if another virus comes our way. But I feel like what the digital space for us moving into the future, we can have more confidence by making plans for shows, for hosting events, for having festivals, socially distancing, physical distancing, whatever they're calling it now, by embracing the change, by embracing the evolution of technology. And I do know and I do realize I've heard all of the criticisms of blockchain technology, how much energy it chews up. But I just came from, of course, the blockchain consortium a couple days ago downtown at the Grand Theater, and a lot of these concerns came up. And one of the things people need to know, for those of you who are just new to the space, the old dinosaur blockchain technology is called proof of work, where the whole network churns out one transaction. There are new blockchain technologies called proof of stake, where only 1% or an adjacent percentage churns out the calculations on the ledger within the blockchain. So it's a 99% improvement on the technology. There are oil and gas wells all over Alberta that are flaring. They're trying to find they're building new technology to mine Bitcoin specifically to reduce the emissions from these flaring sites. This is something that actually the Alberta government is banned, which is kind of funny because this is an opportunity for utility companies. I'm sure all of you have felt the pinch that the utilities have gone up, gas prices have gone up, and this is mostly because there's been an economic setback for these major oil and gas companies, and they're trying to recover that by jacking up the prices, and we're the ones who all have to pay for it. But with this new technology, that aggregate efficiency can be improved, and there's crazy industries happening. The blockchain is huge here in Calgary. I didn't even know that until I went to this consortium. And I think every type of program and organization, Arts Commons, cSpace, any artist who relies on those gigs can sustain themselves through another setback, another pandemic. We don't know what's going to happen, right? We don't know what the next virus is going to be. It's going to shut us down. It is a possibility. So what I'm trying to wave the SOS flags for is let's embrace this technology and let's charge through the storm of the unknown, uncertain future and build an infrastructure contingency plan and continue to try and have live events. Live events are so important. I love live theater. I love going to Jack Singer and enjoying a show. I love going to all the great venues we have in Calgary. I enjoy experiencing live music, but there's a chance that might be taken away from us again. And that's why I think it's important for us to not resist this change. Everybody resisted the change of the internet when it came around. Nobody trusted e-transfers back in the day, and I guarantee every one of y'all will take an e-transfer right about now. So it's a natural thing. We have to change and evolve and know that things are uncertain in the future, no matter what way we put it. These viruses, who knows what nature is going to throw at us next. Mother Nature is kind of pissed off. Climate change is a real thing. You see it with the fires that have been happening, that drought last year. Just to speak personally, that drought killed our farm's crop. It killed like 30 of my trees. Felt like I lost my babies. It was terrible. We don't know what's happening with the environment, right? We have to always have the future generations in mind when we're making decisions at this time. And I think with the right approach in the renewable energy sector, we can create new technology in this space to sustain ourselves and continue to be connected from the comfort of our own home through another pandemic.
Thanks, Cowboy. And I know NFTs and blockchain, that all sounds really spooky and scary, does to me still. But I think just to your point, and to a lot of Alex's points earlier, is that I think for me, in the pandemic, what it really showed me is people were so willing to learn, so willing to adapt, to collaborate, find these efficiencies. And I think we saw a number of really cool ideas come forward that did have some traction, that we could say, hey, that works. And so as we start opening up, I think the one, not fear I have, but the one thing that I hope people keep in mind is that I think it could be really easy, especially when we're excited about, we can get back to our business as usual. We're looking at the same, revenue we were anticipating 3-4 years ago. We can have the same lines of business. And it's really easy to fall back into the status quo and of what you thought success looked like. And I really don't want to lose the learnings or the momentum that we have gained in the pandemic. And so I hope that that willingness to adapt, to evolve, continues beyond the pandemic, because I don't want to lose what we have learned. And so that would be my hope for Calgary moving forward, that we don't lose that, collaborative, innovative spirit. So I know that I don't know how much time I have, because we're a little over, but or a little crunched. But I think what would be a good place to kind of end. So you heard what my hope is for Calgary moving forward, based on some of these learnings that we've touched on today. And if you ever want to go for coffee, that's what I do. I basically talk and listen to people and try to hear, that's a problem that someone else has over here. And they have this over here. And actually, we should all just be talking together and figure out a common solution to a mutually beneficial outcome that works for us all. So please hit me up. You can find me on our website, birdcreatives.com. But I will go to you, and just, if you had one hope coming out of the pandemic, what do you hope Calgary looks like in the next 5 to 10 years?
Actually, coming from an Arabic country which witnessed the war and which witnessed lots of disasters and crises, I feel like Calgary has become a very, let's say, advanced city, which provided created lots of opportunities. So I feel like I'm not underestimating what others are going through, but before the pandemic, I would say most of people suffered because of tax. So that was the major problem of many people I've known. But after the pandemic, people put themselves in others' shoes. So it was a wake-up call, and people realized the importance of caring for each other and looking after the vulnerable people, and focusing on the good initiatives that have a big impact on the community. For example, I know people who volunteered to just talk to elders or seniors during the pandemic. I've met people who just volunteered in some communities, to serve like community members. Like I've worked with Action Dignity where we served like the community members during the pandemic. Like we were receiving calls and providing like supplements and free food and free, like we were delivering all that to these people. We streamed live music to patients. So I think this is very noble, this is very valuable. And for that, I feel like we're just moving forward, you know, because people have realized the importance of like being nice and being kind and just like focusing on the bright side or thinking positively, you know. So we don't want to just keep, let's say, I'm not able to express now my feelings because sometimes I get emotional, you know, by thinking of that. But because I left so many people behind in my country land, on my homeland, who are like starving or looking for a loaf of bread, who were like really struggling during the pandemic. So I feel I'm blessed to be here in this country, and Calgary has provided me lots of opportunities or created lots of opportunities for us. And we want to just move forward and keep moving, you know? We want to just carry that on and take over of what others have been doing. So like I worked as a resident artist during the pandemic. Like I've worked in the library where I was able to even like express our thoughts, and we were able to speak up for our people and to speak up for our causes. So I'm hoping that these efforts will carry on and will get going with what we have, and I'm hoping that we consider others' struggles and others' issues, because we are very blessed in this country. So we have to look after other people who don't have these opportunities or who are not even living in this advanced place.
Thank you. That really puts things in perspective about what is really important. Thank you, Aya. Cowboy?
Yeah, I mean, we are very privileged to be in this part of the world, and again, you know, I'm going to keep saying it. I've been a broken record for the last 10 years. Treaty 7, our inception story, our ancestors, our collective ancestors, my ancestors, Red Crow, Crowfoot, sitting on Eagle Tail, these are all your ancestors, so there's no separation. When people talk about Indigenous history, Canadian history, there is no difference between those two things. It is one and the same. It is all one non-submersible unit. We are all in this together. We're all here to support each other. We are one community. In the Blackfoot worldview, we are one big family, and we need to embrace every newcomer. We're all part of the same family, whether you're second, third, fourth generation, or you're someone who's just come from a war-torn situation. We're all part of that Inestis in the Treaty 7. We're all here in Mohkinstis, Calgary. Actually, interesting story, I went to Scotland, where Calgary gets its name from, and I renamed Calgary Bay Mohkinstis, so let's just get that on the record here. I know I'm being recorded, so I want to make sure it's on the record. Went over there for some inverted colonization. It was a good time. But I just want to encourage everybody, you know, like, it's important. We are a community. We need to support each other. An event like Chinook Blast is happening, you know, get out there, go check out, go learn, go discover a new artist, go support, you know, some nonprofit, a startup organization, some dance company, some theater company, go check out some live music, go buy a ticket to a cool show at Jack Singer, one of the best venues in the world. I know you guys have a brand new ventilation system, you got Canon built your webcam system, I can't wait to see it. But I feel like, you know, again, I'm trying to hammer home that we are a community, we have an identity that no one else in the world has. And that's Treaty 7, that's something that you should be proud of. In the NFT space, everyone always does research on who are these people making this NFT collection? Who are they? What is their story? Who is the community? Well, on our website, nexusverseyyc.org, we tell that story, we tell the Treaty 7 story. And if you look at the collection of artists we have that we've curated for this first collection, there is, you want to talk about diversity, it doesn't matter. There's people coming from all walks of life, different backgrounds, cultural backgrounds, religious backgrounds, different indigenous tribes. And another cool thing about the T7 NFT things, we didn't call any of our artists indigenous artists. We didn't call them First Nations or Aboriginal. For one of the first times I've ever seen, my fellow indigenous artists got to just be artists. And that's a cool thing about Treaty 7 is that we're artists, we are Treaty 7 collectively as an identity, that's who we are. But we're all on the same page, it's a circle, it's not a hierarchy. It's a circle of life, it's just like the teepee lodge. We're all in this together, we're all facing each other. And we're all facing the same, collective issues and problems and struggles. And our ancestors gave us this responsibility. It's not only a responsibility to each other, but it's a responsibility to the land, to the animals, to the mountains, to the stars, the sun. And that's who we ratified that treaty to, all of our surroundings. Itachpoyit, the reverberation of the entire universe and every grain of sand, every molecule, every thought, every piece of our soul. That's our commitment. This is our response. We've inherited this land, we've inherited this beautiful city, this beautiful territory, these beautiful opportunities, this beautiful community. That comes with responsibility, and that responsibility is for us to support each other, back each other up, and embrace that identity.
Thank you, Cowboy. And I think we'll finish with Leah's perspective, and I think this is a really important one. One of the conversations that I am having a lot of is about how do we retain our talent? How do we retain our youth to this city? Part of that is having a vibrant, creative, cultural city that people want to stay, work, and build their lives in. And so as someone who's yet to graduate from their post-secondary education, I think that's a really valuable perspective to hear from someone who's currently facing that. Hopefully she'll keep working with Bird, but...
Yeah, I think, a couple things I wanted to touch on was, Kaylee had mentioned earlier about work and how we can't snap back to our old habits. We have to consider things like accessibility for people who have childcare needs, for people who have, ability needs. Going back into the office just doesn't work for some people, and having that blended experience can be beneficial for the mental health of everyone. And that's something to really keep in mind. Also in the education space, how are we making sure that, from K to 12 to post-secondary, if we do ever have to go back online, how are we making sure that kids aren't left behind, that parents aren't left with an immense amount of burden in educating their kids, and making sure that teachers and the school system is well equipped for these situations to make sure that every child is getting the education that they deserve and that they need in these difficult times. And as we go forward, how do we have strategies to make sure that we have blended learning opportunities to make sure that for students that would prefer the online experience, that they're getting the best possible education, and that for students who want to be in person, how we're making sure that those things are safe in the case of another pandemic after this one. So that's kind of the first point. And then as Kaylee had mentioned, with the creative economy, some of the work that we've been doing with CADA, CED, Mount Royal, AU Arts, and the University of Calgary, we've been working and kind of tirelessly about what do we do about the bleeding of talent of young people in the city. It's an immense problem. I think we were working with David Finch, and one of the reports that he came out saying that young people under the age of 35, I think it was like 70% of them wanted to leave within the next 10 years of their professional careers, regardless of the field, but particularly in the creative economy space. And that is an immense problem. Calgary's an aging city. How do we make sure that the identity of the old oil and gas is kind of exorcised from our identity? Creativity going forward through the pandemic was one of the things that kept everyone sane, whether you know it or not. If you watched a film, live streamed a concert, were baking, crocheting, painting, trying something new just to get through these difficult times, that's engaging with art. And it's one of the most important things. It's one of the most human things in our society, and it is undervalued, and it's undervalued, and we need to focus on making sure that we have the a capacity to have that for people who don't see themselves as creatives, that they don't see themselves as artists, that there is a creative spirit in all of us, and that's something that we need to foster and maintain. So I think, yeah, that kind of sums it up for me.
All right, I don't have much to add, but thanks so much for having us, and we hope you got lots out of today's sessions, and I hope I can meet you all in some way, shape, or form outside of today. Thank you.
Take a picture together? Oh, sure. Thank you very much. It was a great, great presentation, and for sure we have a great future ahead of us, and we need to work harder to. Come on, Alex.
Should I stay on the stage? Yeah, come get a picture.
Come on.
Alex, you're welcome.
Yes.
Come on, get in here.
Let's take a picture.
So I want to stand next to Leah. I'm so short. And Cowboy? Like.
Come on. Oh.
Sorry.
One more.
All right.
Thank you very much to all the team, and for sure we have a great opportunities ahead. Okay, we are going to have the last presentation, and probably the most important, Kevin and Traction. Yes, come guys to the stage, and we are going to prepare everything, and we are going to start 5 minutes, okay?
Test, 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 1, 2, 3. Good. Just waiting for Miguel.
Check, check. Check, check, check. Okay. Perfect. Well, it has been a great day, great conversations, and we are going to end today's dialogues with a great performance and conversation with Traction interdisciplinary artists that are going to present Public Welcome. Traction is a dynamic collective of interdisciplinary artists who actively and publicly address issues of climate justice. Although the projects are primarily facilitated and organized by Melanie Kelotzel and Kevin Jesuino, Traction expands and contracts to include other interest allies, professionals, scientists, volunteers, and artists who work at the intersection of art making and climate change. Traction aims to generate response and incentive active and open dialogue with the public through a myriad of artist mediums. Traction is currently behind the Climate Art Web that is going to be launched in May 2023, 2022, where they are launching an online map of eco-artists, projects, and organizations in northern Turtle Island. And I want to welcome Traction and Kevin.
Hi, everybody. Woo! Okay, hands up if you've been here the whole day. Hands up, yes. We're the long haulers. All right. My name is Kevin Jesuino. I'm one of the co-artistic directors of this very ad hoc collective called Traction. As Miguel pointed out, our focus is on eco-arts, climate change, using arts for climate change. We expand and contract, bringing in different artists, different voices to discuss these issues. And we are, again, like Miguel said, behind this thing called the Climate Art Web that is launching on May 23rd. I encourage you all to do a Google search of the Climate Art Web because that'll be there, and you all should come and join us online. And we also currently, for any artists that are performing artists in the room, we also have a call for artists right now for a very well-funded film production project that you all can look into. So today, one of the programs that we have with Traction is the Public Welcome program. So we use theater to sort of encourage dialogue, to engage in dialogue around different subjects. Our focus specifically is on climate justice and environmental issues. We are obviously not representative of the populations here in Calgary. We're not trying to be representative of anybody of the communities here in Calgary. So I just want to acknowledge that first and foremost. This will involve a little bit of community storytelling from you all. So there's no wall here. Okay, we're gonna be chatting. The way this works, we're gonna get going, and we'll warm you up, and then we'll see how this all turns out. So I'm gonna invite Emily and Jen, and this is Keith, to the stage. So let's get on stage. We're just gonna warm up with something called fluid sculptures. What we do here is in the realm of applied theater, so it's using theater for social change. This specific work is called playback theater. Mostly popular in places like Vancouver and Toronto, but hopefully we're introducing something new to y'all. So I have a question for you. Who's been here the whole day? Okay, of the people that have been here the whole day, except Miguel, minus Miguel, or anyone from Casa, Mexico, what's the general mood? What's the feeling? If you can give me one or two words, yeah.
Optimistic.
Optimistic. Okay, we're gonna do 30 seconds of optimistic on stage. Here we go. Great. Okay, good. We're getting a hand at this. Okay, next one. Next question is, can someone tell me a moment, this is for everybody, a moment of inspiration or insight that you had over COVID, during COVID? Was there a moment of, something, a light bulb that clicked off during the past 2 years? Thinking. Or one. I just need one. Yes.
How important the land is to everybody. That really came to me, and I started planting trees of all things. I love trees.
All right, land, planting trees. 1 minute. Thank you. What needs to be done? What needs to be done?
We need more love.
More love. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Thank you. So we're going to move into the second warm-up, which is called pairs, which is kind of what we're doing here, but we normally have a bigger cast, but this is what we're going to do here. So pairs. Does somebody have a story about something that they let go of during the past 2 years? It could be a person, a thing, a place. Something that you let go of. Yeah.
Family.
Can you tell me more?
Yeah, we have to move. We left family. Family passed away.
Did you have a specific moving story? Like, did you relocate somewhere?
Yeah, I have to move to my home country, to Calgary, just in pandemic.
Okay. And what did you hold on to?
I think only hold my love, maybe. Love for my family, love for my career. I don't know.
Is that enough? Yeah? Okay. Sorry, what's your name? Lily's letting go and holding on story. Thank you. Does anybody else have a story about something they let go of over the past years? Hi, Chantal. Something that you let go of over the past 2 years.
Certainty.
Can you elaborate?
Well, after 2 years in this pandemic, something that I had to let go was certainty. I don't know about the next day and how to move forward not knowing.
What did you hold on to?
Family, friends, new challenge, and embracing the mess.
Letting go of uncertainty, embracing the mess. Remind me your name again. Oh yeah, Sayo. Sayo's story of letting go and holding on in 30 seconds. Thank you. And one last one. One last warm-up before we get into the real meat of this stuff. Anybody else have a story of letting go? Or holding on, one or the other. Letting go or holding on. Does anybody have a story? Or something? Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to say this, but what I let go of was like the need to stick to one artistic discipline that had stuck in my head that was what I always had to do. And I think, should I say what I held on to? Yeah.
It's like they've seen this before.
What I held on to was just knowing that creativity could flow through me in whatever way it needed to.
All right. Not being forced in a box, put in a box, you can be anything you want, and that creativity will flow through. Megan's story of letting go and holding on in 30 seconds. Thank you. So this playback form, now that you're all warmed up and you know how this is going to work, I'm going to ask you a question, you're going to tell me some stories, and we're going to play them back for you. We've done a little bit of short warm-up stuff. Now we're going to talk about some long-form stories here, okay? I'm curious if someone could tell me, how did COVID help you connect to the earth or green spaces in more meaningful ways? We've heard a story already. If we don't hear anything else, I might come back to you, Cowboy. But does anybody else have another story of how they connected to earth or green space in more meaningful ways over the past 2 years? Hi.
I guess being unable of being in an open space with a lot of people, we had the resource to search solitude in green places, green spaces, and in a way connected with nature more that way.
So what I hear you saying is that you really valued the solitude in the nature.
We learned to value solitude.
Is there a moment that you realized that, or was there a specific time that you can recall, like a specific moment?
Not really. It was little by little. before you realize it, you were all in, or we were all immersed in nature, and yeah, it's just came naturally.
Can you tell, what's your name?
Oscar.
Oscar. Oscar, can you tell me can you tell me maybe a moment, a specific moment where you were in nature that you found that healing, that solitude, that those needs that you just described?
Probably when we went to a beach in Mexico and we just were by ourselves at night and seeing the moon rising in the horizon. Yeah.
Who were you with?
My wife.
Just you and your wife?
Yeah.
Okay, and is this a hometown for you? Is this?
No, not really.
So you were just a tourist, you were just visiting? Okay. What is it about that connection that's really important for you, that nature connection? What does it do for you?
I guess, in a way, we learned to value that more because we wanted to be away from the crowd, so we found the joy in just being with nature, ourselves with nature, in almost a spiritual way, kind of.
Of the three people that are on stage, including myself, Oscar, and I want to encourage everyone when I ask this question that gender can go out the window here, okay? We don't need to deal with gender, but if you're gonna cast yourself, we're making a movie about you, Oscar, all right? If you're gonna cast yourself in one of us three, who would you be?
I'm Jennifer, by the way. So when you were looking at the stars and the moon, what kind of thoughts did you have?
I guess thoughts go out the window. It's just thinking of the immensity of the universe and love and the companion you're with. And no thought could probably express what I had feeling at that time.
Cool, sounds great. And has that experience changed how you go on walks or watch the stars now that you're back home?
Yes. Not only that, but my relationship with my wife. The way I feel when I'm with her. More than anything.
Can you explain that a little bit more? It's beautiful.
I guess it brought us a lot closer and made us, both of us, I think, not only me, I think that's a shared feeling.
Mm-hmm.
We learned that we need each other more than anything else. We need each other more than we need other people. We need each other more than we need anything material.
Perfect, thank you.
Oscar, your story. Let's watch. centuries, millennia, the moon and the earth have been companions ever since.
We've been apart for a while, but my eyes always train on you.
Round and around they go. 24 hours pass, and they're still together, symbiotically connected.
But I wouldn't have anyone else but you.
I feel so much closer to you than I ever have.
I don't think we need anything as long as we have everything. Stars, the moon, this earth, and every adventure we go on.
Grass under your feet. 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 Sunshine. 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 Did I touch your ears?
And peace. And prosperity. And nothing at all.
Thank you. All right, so thank you, Oscar, for that story. Oscar, what did you see there? What did you see? Anything that sort of stood out? Yeah. Well, thank you. Right. Great. Okay, done. We're done. That's good. All right. Thank you, Oscar, for sharing that story about you and your partner. Can anyone tell me a story about a place that they know of or have been to? No. Specifically, if you have put your feet there. A place that you've put your feet at that has been changing because of climate change. Yes. Hi, what's your name?
My name is Chantal.
Hi, Chantal. Can you tell me your story?
Yes, so I picked traditional medicines up on Nose Hill, and to see the changes that have been happening in the last 15 years, it's heartbreaking. There used to be a lake in the middle of Nose Hill. Not a lot of people know that, because you go up there now and it's just like this rocky desert area with like a little pond that dogs roll around in and get really gross and muddy in. But we used to pick sweetgrass up there. There has not been sweetgrass on Nose Hill in years. The last few years, the sage has been shorter and shorter, and last year was heartbreaking because it was so small. I remember when it used to be, up to my thigh, and now I'm lucky if it reaches just below my knee. So to see how those changes have been just happening in a city center, a place that we would go to for ceremony, for harvesting, for connection to the land, for connection to each other, for bringing other people into the community to understand the medicines, to see how they're being stripped away. It's almost like our connections are being stripped away from each other as well.
Can you tell me your first experience going to, or your first or one of the earliest, most impactful or memorable experiences that you had on Nose Hill?
When I first came to Calgary, actually, it's a ridiculously funny story. Before we actually went harvesting, we were trying to find Nose Hill on a map. And my brother, yeah, back in the day when we actually used paper maps. So my brother, he was looking and he was like, oh, what are all those green spots on the map? And I'm like, oh, I blew my nose on the map. And he's like, no, seriously, what are they? I'm like, oh, well, they're parks. And he's like, well, what's the big green one in the middle? I'm like, oh, Nose Hill Park. But then we knew exactly where we were going. And as we walked in, we were directed by one of our elders. And, you know, he was, actually, him and his wife, they were explaining just the different parts and the different histories and their memories. And as we were going, we were eating Saskatoon berries as we were walking down one hill, and then you could smell the sage. And then as we walked towards the pond, well, it was a lake at the time, you could smell the sweetgrass, and you could see the water just glistening with the sun. And it was just this hopeful, peaceful connection to ancestors. I remember stepping in the water, and it was cool and it was clean, and thinking of how beautiful it was and how many ancestors had been in this water before me. And I remember just feeling so overwhelmed and so joyful and so hopeful, and thankful to be here in Mohkinstsis, because it was my first experience with connecting with the elders here in Mohkinstsis and the medicines here.
Thank you. Chantal, if you were to cast one of us three as yourself, who would you cast? Richard, Emily. All right, Emily. Chantal, you might have to speak a little louder.
Great, thank you, Chantal. Yeah, my name is Emily. Can you tell us a little bit about your feelings towards Nose Hill Park now, and how you see it and how you view it? Great, thank you.
Forgive me, English was my second language. Canary in a coal mine. Can you?
Warning, like a warning bell.
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you. Chantal, your story, let's watch. Where are all these green spots on the map?
It's a park.
Oh, yeah? What's the name of the park?
Nose Hill.
Funny.
Being here with my family and sharing this is, I feel connected to those who are here, those who are not here. Be able to share this and feel myself healing.
Cindy, watch the fort from. Don't know much more about that story, but it makes sense that this odd spot in the middle of the Badlands sticks so high up. And that from here we can see the Badlands, the Bow River. There was nothing here at one point. And now it's just dead city. Thank you. All right. Chantal. I mean, of course, we could never do that full service, but anything that stood out to you in those images? Thank you for sharing that story, and thank you for letting us tell that story back to you. Thank you. All right, and now we're going to, the last story we're going to do is, does somebody feel comfortable telling us a story about a loved one that passed away this past 2 years? Is there someone that you want to yes?
Yeah, we lost just recently. We just lost a very, very good friend and very important member of our community. He was our vice president at Casa Mexico. Armando Guerra is his name, and he passed suddenly on February 3rd. We are still in shock because it was unexpected, or maybe it was part of this situation that we are living. So it was a great person, great businessman, a great man, a gentleman, so we're planning, we're feeling that. So.
His name's Armando. How did you personally celebrate Armando? What is Armando known for?
Well, Armando was one of the co-founders of Casa Mexico. He was a very successful businessman. He hosted some restaurants here in the city. Paloma was Paloma Steakhouse in the Northwest many years ago. And after they moved to different ventures, the last one in the farmers market, in the Crossroads Farmers Markets. I think the best word that I can describe him is he was an advisor to me, a mentor, basically. Every time I have a question or some advice, he always was there. He was I'm more the public person. He was more in the backstage, let's say. He was with us in this hallway many times in different events that we organized with Casa Mexico. So the family decided just to keep it very quiet. We're going to honor him in a special event very, very soon. But I think it was something very touching for me because he was a great friend for sure.
So I hear you saying Armando was a good business mentor for you, a mentor in general, friend. He was successful restaurant business, steakhouse, a steakhouse. He also owned a stand at the farmers market. Mexican style food. Okay. Did he have a family? Did he have like a partner or kids?
Yeah, he has a wife and children, and obviously all this moment was very, very sad for everybody, right? And so the family decided to keep very, very quiet, but it's a very, very deep, right? For me, it's very, very deep because I think he was a member of the community with a great spirit, with great integrity. He was a gentleman, right? All the meaning of that word. And very funny guy. Sometimes he was joking. It was a great person, and we miss him a lot.
So he had a partner. How many kids did he have? That you know of? I know one kid. One or two? Okay. Okay. What would his partner say about him? What would his wife say? Or sorry, his partner?
Yeah, I think she has admiration for him, right? Because I think they work together. They are both of them, she and him, very hardworking people, very hardworking people, and I should say I talked to her like after this happened, and she said, "Well, I miss him, but she's a very strong woman, right?" And say, "Okay, she just say I miss him a lot, but she's a very strong and she's absorbing this basically in a very quiet way, let's say."
Miguel, if you were to cast one of us three, I know I'm holding the microphone, but if you're casting one of us three as Armando, who would that be? I think I've asked my questions. Okay, we're gonna honor Armando if that's okay. Let's watch. I have an amazing idea.
Tell me about it.
Let's start. I want to start a business. Would you come eat at my restaurant?
You?
Yeah.
All right, John. Of course I would.
Come on, I mean, I know I'm a businessman, but I could also, I think about good food, steak.
You're cooking?
Well, that's why I came to you.
Me?
Yeah, I know you're a chef. How do you feel about maybe going into this business with me?
You said steak, hey?
Yeah.
I have all of the paperwork right here, ready to go. Just be a chef. Looks good.
Thank you. Hey, Miguel! Miguel!
Over here!
Guess what?
What?
I'm starting a business.
Business?
Yeah, steakhouse. Come on, who doesn't want good steak?
Nobody doesn't want good steak. Are you hiring us for this? So where's this gonna be?
Right here in Calgary. In the northwest, I think.
You have to take me. Show me.
Yes, okay. But how's Casa Mexico? Are we?
Casa Mexico?
Yeah.
It's going great. Everything you started, it's smooth sailing. You take your time, you do what you need to do because we've got everything taken care of. Your dream.
How can I help you? Do you need anything?
You're so sweet. You're so kind and sweet. We need a few more volunteers.
squirrel. Catch the squirrel. Go get the squirrel. I open at the farmer's market today. Here we go. Hey, how are you?
It's good to see you.
Have you tried our tortillas?
I haven't.
Hey, it's such good steak. We make the tortilla with steak. With steak? Yeah.
All right, I'll take one.
Traditional Mexican food. It's great. Yes. There you go.
This is heaven.
Hey.
I'm going to tell all my friends, and I'm also going to tell the people on the other side of the building to come see.
Please.
I will be back. Trust me.
Please. Yes, yes, yes. Here you go. Here you go. Yeah, 2 orders. All right. There you go. 3 orders. Yeah. Here you go. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 orders. 10 orders. I love you, Calgary. Oh, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Yes, it's okay. You can pay me next time. There you go.
Dad, I'm going to graduate soon. You help me apply to college?
I'm proud of your son.
Thank you. I'll miss you, Mom, but I'll see you. I'll visit all the time.
Honey, are you okay? What's wrong?
I'm not feeling good.
Can I help you? You can tell us.
The tests have come back, and it doesn't appear that it's getting any better. I'm sorry. But you should take time with your family. And we'll do everything that we can.
Hey, honey. Tell Miguel I think he's an admirable man also.
We'll make sure we tell him, Dad.
You know, when I started this restaurant, I had no idea what I was doing. Sure, I cooked steaks, but it's a toss-up. It's whether it's burnt or, well done. And
that we get you back on time. We'd like to sort of help wrap up this gathering. It's been a long day. I was here, Chantal, and want to hear for Chantal's prayer right in the morning and stay here through the whole day. I'd like to invite everyone to just to join us in a circle, if that's okay. Can we just create a circle somehow through here? Sure. We might have to intersect tables, have tables in the middle. Stand in a circle if we can, equal distance if we
my shoes.
Yeah, I need something, a cool outfit, right? So I usually dress very formal.
Celebrating life.
Thank you for joining us and coming.
I watched it all morning from home, and like people have said, you know, the ability to like still participate online is so amazing because like my kids were playing Lego and Play-Doh, and I had just earphones on, so like they don't get like irritated that I'm not paying attention to them. And then I just listened, and my husband was doing marking. He's a teacher, and I could be here, but online. And then it was nice to be able to come in the afternoon and actually connect with people, right? Like it's like I didn't miss it. So thank you very much. I had no idea that it was going to be available, and then I got the email. It's like, okay.
Join us at 7 p.m. is going to be the reception here, and we're going to have some wine and great music coming. Great musicians.
Beautiful event. Thank you.
Yes. No,
bringing all these beautiful people together.
This is first class.
Yes.
This is for a conference.
I know. I call this a conference.
It's a mini conference, but it's a great